Nebula, everyone. Starseeker Williams here. I just got thoroughly distracted by Steam. So I don't even have the game running yet. We're gonna be playing Slay the Princess today, which, if you don't know what it is a horror game where you're trying to slay a princess. Hey, Callie. Hey. Hey. No, we're not gonna do that. Slay the Princess. There are a lot of content warnings for this game. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Hey! Stop it. I'm trying to talk to the people. Yeah, there are a lot of content warnings if you're easily disturbed, if you don't like gore, things like that. Stop watching. Callie. I rarely say that, but this game has 36 content warnings, so genuinely just Callie. Hey. Those are not the dice for you to play with. The dice for you to play with are on the floor. You know where they are. It can also cause motion sickness. If you're watching and you start to feel motion sick, tell me, and I can turn off the appropriate settings. So just be conscious. Okay. Whatever horrors you may find in these dark spaces, have heart and see them through. There are no premature endings, there are no wrong decisions. There are only fresh perspectives and new beginnings. This is a love story. A love story. Alright. Fresh start. I just launched this game earlier to make sure it would run. I didn't actually start it.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Holy heck! What the heck? I've always wanted to up a monarch! Viva la revolution! Holy heck. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
If you don't tell me why she's dangerous, I'm not gonna kill her. She's as bad as you say she is, then maybe I'll slay her, but I'm not committed to anything until I've had the chance to meet her face to face.
I guess we'll just have to see what happens, but
I should
a word of warning.
Read out what I'm saying.
If you go
just
in prepared to hear
doesn't-
her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. then each and every one of us is doomed.
Ooh.
So sure, go, talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed. I kind of like the hand-drawn aesthetic.
Is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust.
There's your dagger.
The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table.
Yep, there's a dagger there.
Is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice carries up the stairs.
Who's there?
That is not the sound I would expect a voice to make of someone who is in need of help.
She sounds dangerous.
Yeah.
It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Sure, let's just plug in my phone. Okay. Hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any
I
visitors.
don't like the way she's
Come on down.
talking.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
There used to be another chain. There used to be a second one.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world? Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I'm just here to talk.
Then why did you bring a knife with you? How about you drop it, and then we can chat?
She makes a compelling point. What if we just dropped the blade and talked? Look at her. It's not like she's a threat. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. But killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Drop it.
The blade tumbles out of your trembling hands and drops to the floor with an unceremonious clang.
Thank you. Maybe now we can just talk.
Yep.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face, unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her. Just make sure you don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
Her eyes are huge.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Relationship? Are you coming on to me? Holy cow. You know what? We'll start simple. What's your name?
She hesitates before answering.
You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do.
I don't like
really.
that.
Note the lack of detail. You can't trust her.
What do you have to say about people who
just
think
tell
you're
her
about to
that.
end the world?
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world.
I don't trust you. I think!
I don't remember much about it, to be honest. I've been down here a long time.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
I was hoping you'd tell me.
Ending the world seems like an awful lot for just one person to do. I wouldn't even know where to start.
I believe her. She doesn't have to know how to destroy the world to be capable of doing it.
Also fair.
At the end of the day, whatever the two of us have going on down here is about trust. Whoever sent you to slay me claimed I was a threat to the world, but they didn't tell you why. That doesn't sound right to me. And I don't think it sounds right to you either. Otherwise, we'd be killing each other instead of talking.
She has a point. There's a reason I've been telling you to question the situation, and there's a reason you've listened.
So, I could tell you that I'd lead a quiet life in the woods, or that I'd open an orphanage, or that I'd do any other number of good things that I'm sure you think you want to hear. But you don't really know me, do you? What can my word possibly be worth in a situation like this?
She's right about
fair.
one thing. Her word isn't worth anything.
Like I said, it's all about trust. Blind trust. So do you trust me, the prisoner, the victim, the princess clearly incapable of ending the world? Or do you trust whoever put me here?
If someone's capable of ending the world, this does not seem like an adequate solution.
She's wrong. This isn't about trust. This is about risk. We stand to lose everything, all for the sake of one person, and a subjugating monarch no less.
A relationship? You coming on to
Don't
me?
jump to any weird conclusions. We're two people who have met each other. By definition, we have a relationship.
How long have you been down here?
Too long.
I would rather specifics if you wouldn't mind. How would I get you out
You
of here?
can't. Don't bother.
I'm guessing you don't have the key then. I'm sure there's a key somewhere around here, and if there isn't... well, we can always put that knife to good use.
What do you mean?
Her sharp eyes settle on the edge of the blade. She isn't suggesting what I think she's suggesting, right? She is. I'm sure of it.
Okay, we've talked enough.
Oh, have you decided what to do with me?
You know why you're here.
Keep her locked away. We can get to know each other better while I decide what to do with you. Slay the princess. Name of the game? Let's just see.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw. It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding.
I had to do it. It was the name of the game.
Fractured. Holy shit, that hurts! Though she's unarmed, the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit.
Oh no.
We can still turn this around.
I've got her shoulder really bad at least. That cut is so deep. Finish the job.
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted.
I cut her
You
other
probably
arm and
won't
her
make
head
it out
too.
of here
Her
alive,
face.
but you can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time.
Oof.
Feel your ribs break as she delivers a heavy blow.
Oh, whoops. I accidentally clicked.
The two of you fall to the floor.
This was fun.
How is she
The
still
princess
talking?
gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
But you don't have time to worry over such things.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
And you die.
Wait, what? Chapter
You're on
2?
a path in the woods.
Oh.
And at the end of that, you're here to slay.
Hasn't this happened already?
Or if it has, I certainly haven't been a part of it. We've just met for the first time, you and I. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. That's fine. It doesn't matter if he can hear
Voice
us.
of the
Only
stubborn?
thing that matters is marching up to that cabin. That's the spirit. There's no point in squabbling.
keep
when the
accidentally
real threat is
clicking.
just up that hill.
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat.
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Are you sure about that?
The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say
Fair.
whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever. Are we clear?
Crystal.
So we had
Let's
an
just get on
epic
with it
battle
already.
that resulted in both of us dying. And apparently if you kill her, the world Groundhog Days.
The cabin is tighter
Whoa.
than its exterior would suggest.
Whoa!
Its cold
Whoa.
stone walls
Whoa,
pressing
whoa,
on you,
whoa,
as
whoa,
if trying
okay.
to forcefully direct
This
you
is made of
towards your destination.
stone, and there's a
The
mirror
only
now.
furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
This time we're not taking the blade. Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime.
Wipe the mirror
You
clean.
reach forward,
Holy
rub your hand
heck.
against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
What am I?
There was a mirror a second ago,
And now it's gone, so all of us can stop arguing about it and get to fighting.
Enter the
A
basement.
knife this time. Right then, fisticuffs it is. Probably more fair to her anyway. Wouldn't want to feel like we cheated our way to a win.
as long as you can still get the job done. And don't forget that the blade is waiting for you upstairs if you happen to change your mind.
I won't.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase.
It's very
its
different
walls
from
pressing
the
at your
first
sides
round.
and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and oppressive, with an almost sulfuric odor to it.
Sulfuric.
If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Fierce
Is
voice.
that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
I should have brought the
This isn't what she
blade.
sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost threatening.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess.
As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight.
I didn't take the blade this
As
time.
you descend the final
Oh!
step, the form of the princess comes into view. a large shackle leading from her wrist to the basement wall.
Oh! You're a demon. You have cloven feet, cloven hooves, and a nice tail. You're a tiefling! I like tieflings. Tieflings have been shunned for too long in D&D.
Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. But no little knife this time, huh? Ugh, I hope you're not just here to chat. I've been itching for a rematch.
Not saying I'm not here to fight. Let's see. I want to talk to her. You look different.
Aside from your empty hands, you look exactly the same.
All right, fine. I believe you. What? What you said earlier in the woods, I believe you. You've already met the princess, and the princess has already met you. That's all the more reason to take this seriously. You don't know that whatever brought the two of you back to life isn't a fluke. And beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember.
Wait. I want to have a picture of Demon Princess. It's fancy. But I think I tried to take a picture and it just gave me black. The Anyway.
Are you okay?
Of course I'm not okay. As far as we're all concerned, the fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
Tiefling. I'm gonna take this even less seriously. You don't know the depths of my apathy. We can gaslight him. Remain
I'm
silent.
going to take that silence as a sign that from this moment on, you're going to treat the task before you with the utmost importance and seriousness. I'm so glad that we're finally all on the same page.
I have to write a note because I suddenly had an idea, and if I don't write it down right now, I'm going to forget. Give me 1 second. Apologies. I kind of want to free her. I actually do want to
Haven't we
chat.
talked enough? Do you really have anything else to say? Or are you just stalling because you're scared I'm going to kill you again?
I like tieflings. I don't want to kill you. I haven't decided. I haven't decided what I'm doing
You
yet.
haven't decided? We talked more than enough last time. Do you really have anything else to say? Or are you just stalling because you're scared I'm going to kill you? If you want to talk, I guess I can talk. But you should come a little closer first.
You know what? Maybe I will. Step closer.
You take a cautious step towards the princess, unarmed. I wish I could believe you know what you're doing, but you clearly
Wow.
don't.
She looks really muscular. Look at that bicep. Look at that bicep.
You stop a few feet short of her reach, her chains taut as she stares down at you. She's a lot bigger than I thought she was. Why do you sound so scared? We can take her.
Well, what do you want? Because every second we
Sharp
waste
teeth.
talking is a second we could spend killing each other instead.
Don't you want to be free?
Free?
The princess glances down at her chains.
Oh, you mean these? They're just metal. They're nothing.
She steps forward, her bindings creaking under the pressure of her strength. And then they snap. It was only a matter of time, but she's loose.
Dear Lord. What do we do? Oh, if only there was some sort of weapon you could use to fight a world-ending monstrosity. I wonder where you'll find one of those.
Just do exactly what I've been telling you to do since the second we got here. Take the blade, fight her, kill her, and win.
I don't believe I
What?
can.
Did you think you were safe standing right outside my grasp? The only reason I haven't drawn blood is because I want to make sure that your heart is in it. I don't like fighting someone with a weak spirit. But go ahead. Keep trying my patience.
If you want to fight, I'll give you a
I'll
fight.
be waiting, but you better not be wasting my time.
It'd be funny if I just left.
You make your way back up the stairs to the cabin above. The princess, surprisingly true to her word, lets you leave. The blade remains where you left it, on the wrought iron altar.
Go back into the woods.
Now pick it up and march back down there. I'm tired of us constantly moving in circles instead of fighting her like we're supposed to.
I do want to fight her.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon, as I'm sure you're all too aware by now.
Return to the basement.
Blade in hand, you make your way back down the basement stairs. You find the princess waiting for you, just where you left her.
See? I knew we could trust her. I told you we could trust her.
Glad to see you finally stopped having cold feet. I could barely wait. My skin is practically crawling with anticipation. Fight me. Now.
Fight? I have one choice, so...
Finally ready to complete your destined task,
She's
you
gonna
launch
kill
off
me.
the wet stone floor of the basement and catapult yourself headlong towards the princess. Here we go. Let's make this count.
Oh, we'll make it count, all right.
As you bridge the gap, your blade
Oof,
slashes
right across the
princess's
chest.
splitting skin and drawing a jagged line of bright red blood. But she's unfazed. by
Oh,
it.
that did
Her
that
expression
not sound
barely
good.
changes as her fist collides with your ribs, cracking them like twigs and driving you right back down to the basement floor.
She almost looks disappointed. disappointed in us? Why is she disappointed in us?
Oh, you don't actually get it, do you? That knife may be sharp, but you clearly don't want to kill me. It's not fun if you hesitate. It's not fun if you try to trick me and make me bleed out. It's only fun if you go straight for the heart. You need to put everything you have into seeing me dead. Or what's the point? So don't be afraid. Don't hesitate. Kill me.
Don't let her get in your head. Reincarnation or not, this world
Oh,
needs you to
that
win.
music.
She's huge, but that probably means she's slower than us. Take it slow, think it through. Don't panic. Bleeding her out is our best course of action. Don't listen to them. She understands something that they don't. The only way to win, the only way out of this is through her.
Bait an opening and outmaneuver her.
You push yourself off the ground and attack the princess, trying to bait an opening. You do your best to outplay her, slashing out and leaving red cuts in the tattered remains of her white dress. But you have little room to maneuver. For every glancing blow you manage to land, she slams you against the wall in retaliation, each impact threatening to be the last. This weak little dance isn't working. Just toughen up and overpower her. She's throwing us around like a ragdoll. I think overpowering her is a little out of the question.
That's very juicy sounding.
Did you think you could stop me with a few cuts? All this dancing around is doing nothing but annoying me. I own this place, and I own you.
The princess's arm shoots forward, her palm wrapping around your head.
That's how
Fingers
I
gripping your
assume
skull.
I already know what happens.
How disappointing.
She squeezes, the pressure unbearable as her fingers dig into your scalp. The last thing you hear is the unsettling crack of your skull, and the sickening churn of what was your grey matter. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The chapter keeps moving forward. Things are changing.
You're on a path in the wood. If you weren't so damned afraid of what she'd do to you, we wouldn't have died back there. Fear is good. Fear keeps us alive. We died because you didn't have enough of it.
Voice of the hunted?
So what? You'd have us cower in a corner? No, but that place suits her better than it suits us. She's big. We can't hope to find holes and openings down there. We need more room if we're going to survive. Are you suggesting luring her into the woods? Do you have any idea how dangerous that would be? If you lose sight of her, if she manages to slip away, that's it. Game over for everyone, yourself included.
Hi, Callie.
Are you not challenging us on all the looping? Have you known about it the whole time? Are you the same one we've been talking to since the beginning? Sorry to disappoint what I'm sure must feel like a grand revelation, but that's not what's going on here. We've never met. Then what is going on? What's going on is that you'd only be saying the things you've been saying if you'd already been here. And if you'd already seen things you weren't supposed to have seen. It doesn't matter. We could go in circles forever. I don't like staying still for too long.
Also, this does not look like a path in the woods.
See this through. It's good to know that at least one of you is still capable of reason. We may have the same destination, but we're not the same. You are still an other, and I don't trust you. Well, fortunately, you have an entire trip through the woods to reconsider that. There's nothing to reconsider. We're all for violence here, are we? I haven't signed off on anything yet. Violence is the answer here, but the method is equally important to the act. You can't let her leave the cabin. It's like I said, all just circles. Instinct tells me we need space, and I trust instinct. Nothing else to say. Not for me.
See?
It's evidence of one of many ticking
This
clocks.
isn't
Can't let her
woods.
spread any further.
I should have read that, sorry.
Things are always changing. She changed, the cabin changed, we've changed. Why wouldn't the woods change too? Because they're not supposed to have changed. This is supposed to be a path in the woods. If it's not, it means something's gone horribly wrong.
Might as well see this through.
You're the chooser.
What if I don't agree with the
The
plan?
best we can do is advise. But we can help if you let us.
These are
girl.
just powerless thoughts and opinions. You don't need to let them drag you and the world to ruin.
Seems like all our answers are in the cabin. We might as well see this through.
Isn't
No last advice for us?
Oh, Kelly,
No
you were
words of
standing
warning?
on something.
From what I gather, you've heard it all before. There's no use screaming into the wind.
I don't know. Screaming sounds pretty good right about now. I could use a little catharsis.
Catharsis is for when we're finished. For now, we need to hold it out in front of us, something to chase.
Proceed. What is it this time?
The interior of the cabin is suffocatingly
The
more
mirror.
of a glorified tunnel than a building. Its stone walls squeeze against your sides, leaving you no choice but to press forward. The only furniture of note is an iron altar jutting out from the wall, a pristine blade perched on its edge.
I'm not
The
going to take the
blade
blade.
is your implement. You'll need it if you're going to do this right. See? We have even less space than before. We need space or she'll kill us. And the only space is out there. Take it.
Approach
We
the
can
mirror.
try to survive without our steel claw, but you've marked us as easy prey. You step forward and approach the door to the basement, hesitating before you open it, as if you don't see it. You do see it, right?
All we see is a damned mirror.
This really is just like last time.
It smells of nothing, yet it's still there.
Smells of nothing. Wipe the
You
mirror
reach
clean.
forward and drag your hand across the door leading to the basement. As if on command, it slowly slides open, scraping against the floor as it reveals the dim path ahead.
Why am I not surprised?
It was in our way, and now it's not. That's all that matters.
Before you is what may as well be a sheer cliff face.
What?
There are enough foot. The air hissing
Oh,
up from below
sorry.
is warm and wet, like the breath of an enemy locked in close quarters.
If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor.
I liked her tiefling form.
Her voice, bold and fierce and impatient, echoes from the chamber below.
Do you have more fight in you than last time? That was such a disappointing show. I know you can do better than that.
Goad her, rile her up. If she's angry, she'll make mistakes.
That's
Why don't you
not
come and
how
get
this
one?
Works. I'm all chained up, remember? How about you come down here and fight me?
Those chains were nothing to her last time.
Whoa, those two rocks. Yeah.
There'll be nothing to her this time. We need to show ourselves first to make her boil over.
Fine by me.
Up, continue down, okay.
Nowhere to go but down.
I really should
You
take the
start a
dagger.
different journey, gripping the stone, lowering yourself foot by grueling foot. But soon, there is solid ground beneath you. Remember every crack and crevice. We'll need to be faster than her.
She's just like a dragon.
Turn to face
Oh
what
my
lies at the end
goodness.
of the narrow tunnel. The princess, imposing and tightly muscled, grins back at you from the darkness. Her face droops.
There you are. But still no little knife. Do you think this is a joke?
She's bigger. Look at those thighs! Holy heck! They're thicker than your waist!
Do you need me to break those fragile bones again to remind you how serious this is?
She's bubbling, hot with rage. We can't get close if we want to live. But we'll be able to draw her out of here. She's hungry for us. I know I said this earlier, but I really have to stress how thin of a razor's edge you're on right now. We know the only way out is through the eye of the needle.
What does that even mean in this
And
case?
we're going to win.
We'll need the steel claw. Grab it as we leave.
bloody desire in her eyes, the princess rushes forward, ignoring her chains as they bend and snap.
Bloody desire.
Run. Without hesitation, you turn back the way you came and scramble up the ledge towards the tunnel entrance. As you near the top, hands desperately clawing at jagged stone, you glance back. The princess is right on your heels. She doesn't bother to scale the wall as you do, instead digging deep into the rock of the cliff face with her fingertips in her rabid pursuit.
Anywhere you go, I will follow.
Oh,
Can't catch me.
oh hello,
I'm the gingerbread
Sushi.
man.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Good. You reach the ledge and hoist yourself up into
The dagger.
the cabin door.
Get the
finally
dagger.
unsealed, at once within your
I
grasp.
shouldn't have left the
in
dagger.
instant.
What is all of this for? What's
That
the
doesn't
point?
sound good.
You and I are always going to end in violence, so why bother to run? I know what I am. Why can't you be the same?
Steelclaw, now.
Take the blade.
Without missing a step, you grab the blade from the altar.
So you do want to fight me? Good.
We're almost there. Don't think about almost. We're there when we're there. And
Escape.
we'll take the fight
Escape
with us. Your skin hums tight with adrenaline as you burst
I
through
don't
the
like the
cabin door.
feeling of my skin
Roll
humming.
onto the grass. You glance back at the cabin as the princess, singular in her desire to destroy you, explodes through the doorway. You are walking a dangerous path. If you waver once, it's all over. So
Get it right.
There's nothing left to slow me down. Do you think this is better for you? Do you think this space gives you an edge? Then show me. Show me that you've been worth all the room you've taken up in my head.
Do it.
Be swift, strike true, be where she's not, let your body move you.
I have the upper hand, but we don't have to fight. You've fallen right into my trap. Slay the princess.
You leap from the grass and bound towards the princess, keeping low.
She just has to kick me once and I'll die. Look at those legs. She would just kick me and I would just crumple into dust.
Charging me head on. Brave and foolish.
Her body braces for impact, anticipating the clash. That's where you're both wrong. Left now. As the princess strikes, your body swerves to the left. She overextends, stumbling as her balance shifts unexpectedly. Strike. Before you can finish the thought, you lash out, the blade slicing through her leg.
Oof.
She turns to swing again. Right. You move out of the way, but this time it's not quite
Oh.
as clean. You can feel a bruise already blooming where her elbow crashed into flesh. It's nothing. A scratch. Yes, it could be worse. And you managed to gift her another cut in return. I'll be damned. We're actually gonna pull this off, aren't we?
Don't. No. No.
You just might. But don't let it
Yeah,
get to your
don't.
head.
I didn't realize she had like a dragon's tail.
Yes, finally! This is the hole I felt in my heart. This is what I've needed. This is what I've been missing. This is how it always needed to end. Both of us giving it our all, beating and bleeding each other to death.
The two of you engage in a devastating flurry of blows, each of you wounding the other again and again. She's stronger, but you're faster, and the deeper the both of you fall into your lethal dance, the more your edge shines over hers. She's slowing down, blood pouring from wounds, splattering at her feet, leaving her weak and unsteady. More! Keep going, we can't stop, now! You spy an opening. But
Oh,
she's
don't
waiting
do
for you.
that!
She lets you sink the blade deep, trapping you in place long enough to wrap you in her impenetrable arms. You're slammed to the ground.
Why would
Nothing.
you do that?
These blows are nothing to us. But her gambit wasn't enough to close the gap. It wasn't enough to kill you. She stares you down, coughing up a splash of blood as she gasps for breath.
Wow. Holy cow. I got
betrayed me,
this time
haven't
like
you?
4 times.
Something feels wrong. Something.
And?
then what happens?
The game's gonna reset, isn't it? Holy! What was that? Why were there so many hints? A wide open field. Lure an enemy to advantageous terrain and win. Woo! Victory! We slayed the princess. Game over. Stream over. Just kidding. Do not have the chance to respond. Something has taken her away, and it's left something in her place.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
The narrator is gone.
It is. Does that mean the world ended? It hasn't ended. We're still here.
The world didn't end. We're still here. Come on. We just need to keep going.
This kind of looks like muscle. I know it's probably not what it's supposed to be, but approach the mirror.
Don't do this.
The mirror never scared you
It's
before.
different now. It feels, I don't know, final. That thing reeks of death.
Screw the mirror. We just need to find the princess.
This is a fun game. You approach the mirror.
This doesn't feel right. It feels different. Final. That thing reeks of death.
Screw the mirror. We just...
What? Voice feels small, distant as you approach. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. Oh, wow. It's you! I don't like me! You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin! What? I am not... Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Why are there so many hands? There are better ways to restrain people than with like 50 hands. Destroy your body? Okay. The gift of a fragile vessel?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. This one yearns to grow and struggle. Even now I feel a will pushing against mine. Not realizing that we are one. She will make for a fierce part. Do not mourn her. We will provide her with the growth she fought for.
Okay. What are you?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I don't know what I am. What do you think I am?
I think that you are like me. We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
What happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to. Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
How many more pieces do I
More
have to
than you
find?
have found, but less than there are to find.
Thanks.
I am infinite.
Thanks.
The rest will find their own way home.
Okay, make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
Oh, that's sweet.
You won't.
No! Hacking! Chapter 1. A tunneling vessel. Bring the Eye of the Needle to her.
You're on a path in the woods. And at the end of that path,
The real Slay the
is a
Princess
cabin.
starts here. You'll know it when
And in
you
the
see
basement
it.
of that cabin
Oh.
is a princess.
Was that
You're
the
here
prologue?
To slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Viva la revolution! You know what? We're gonna be silent this time.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save
I want to
princesses,
save
not
her.
slay them.
But I think we have to slay her to save her.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare.
I'm not taking the dagger
air
this
is
time.
stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of the blade is your implement.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing her voice.
Hello? Is someone there?
See, I like that better. That's a normal, scared person's voice.
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life.
Seduce the princess. No.
Don't let it fool you. It's all
I'm here to
many
save
times do
you.
I have to tell you how dangerous letting her out of here would be before it finally sinks in?
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
Save the princess!
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Oh, I'm a demon.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. I can't believe you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever. I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
They're not gonna do
large and
anything.
heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
At least try.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top... Is someone else here?
Oh, I accidentally skipped it. I'm sorry. It's locked.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside. You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I should have just taken the blade.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates
Oh!
before raising her arm to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, the sound comes from behind you. The clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess!
Fine.
Stop! Please stop eating your arm off.
Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above.
Look at the haunted look in her eyes.
Her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit. She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
Yeah, if someone can go through that without, like, at least showing that they feel pain.
No, she didn't. She smiles softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even...
Thank you.
Oh, bothered by what just
Let's
happened.
get out of here.
Approach the locked door.
We won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade. Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
No! Warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it. Stop trying to resist.
No!
I'm
I'm gonna resist you!
Alive.
Resist!
Blade. Move the blade. As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges it into your chest, tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? You start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone.
Arm.
Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she? Apparently not. Though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks.
Rivulets is a word we don't use enough in English. It's a word I really like, honestly. Like, every time I hear rivulets, it's like, ah, yes, rivulets. It sounded so weird.
Right? Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over. Everything goes dark. And you die.
The damsel. We're somewhere new. New chapter.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to
I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What are you talking about? We just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way.
Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess.
Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. Then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek.
Yeah, I'd do that.
What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Proceed to the cabin. Turn around. I like how there's an option to turn around and leave. I doubt I
Before you
can.
go any further, she will lie.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions
I do like my own
stifled.
voice.
They must be expressed.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
Proceed to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant.
I like
its
it.
stone walls
mirror.
draped in fine threaded tapestries.
A mirror.
A prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is...
Approach the mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. What are you talking about? This isn't a wall.
Wipe the mirror.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. But there was a mirror a second ago, and now it's
Andy
gone.
did this.
Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Enter the basement. I'm not taking the blade. I know that was a
The door
mistake
to the
last time, but I don't
basement
believe
creaks open,
that it'll be a
revealing
mistake
an
this time.
intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight, but it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is
That
probably
is
doing her a
the
favor.
best description he's given so far of just being a stone basement.
A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
Calm down, Romeo.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
The chain
There's
looks
a heavy
less
chain around her
oppressive this
wrist,
time.
binding her to
It's
the far
smaller.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
Come back. Well, I guess you remember
You
this
hear
the
that?
previous time.
She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero. Flattery really goes a long way, doesn't it?
Yes, yes it does. More compliments, please.
Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
That's right, villain, and you killed us.
Well, she killed us.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. so an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
No.
We damned a whole world, but everything reset. Nothing resets, you're just somewhere else. You can't keep hopping between worlds forever, especially not without leaving a trail of incomprehensible devastation behind you. This is horrible.
Horrible for you, maybe, but we've been given another opportunity to sweep her off her feet and treat her like the lady she is.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her?
Yes.
We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise.
Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
No. Rescue the princess.
Rescue her? What are you talking about? Did you forget that she's a
Rescue the princess!
But even if you wanted to unleash her onto the world, despite the complete moral disaster that would be, you'd have to get her out of those chains. Good luck with that.
Don't you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her out with ease.
No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. If her hand could just slip out of the chains, why hasn't she done it already? Because we've yet to present her with her freedom. I'm not sure I follow.
Would you rather believe me, a passionate heart guided by love and my own good nature? Or would you rather believe the devil on your shoulder?
I would rather
who tells
believe
you
the voice
what
of this
you can
man.
and cannot do?
I think I'd rather believe in facts.
Ah, so you're one of those empiricists.
One of us has to be.
Then let me show you a brand new truth. Narrator, we courageously step forward and free our beloved from her bindings.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, I would if you had a weapon.
What? Oh. I think I might have
On
skipped
my
something
watch,
by accident.
villain, my passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought.
You wouldn't.
I would.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed. I can't believe it. But I guess I have to.
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace.
Yeah.
If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
What do we do now?
What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world?
Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
Yes.
I think I want to leave. And I think...
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection. And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
There must be something you want! Let's see. If you want to leave, then let's
That
leave.
sounds perfect.
The princess takes your hand. The last hopes of the entire world slip through your fingers as they intertwine with hers.
We have each other. We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you do, actually.
Look, I have my doubts, but the choice has been made.
This music is
This
great.
happening. You don't have to mope about it. I will mope about it, because moping is the only recourse you love-blind fools have left me with.
You can't stop
You and
me.
the princess walk up the stairs, hand in hand. Ugh, look at the way she's smiling at you.
She actually has
She
both
doesn't
her
look to be
arms
so
this time.
This.
She didn't have to cut one of them off.
And what happens after we walk up the stairs? Let's see. Oh, isn't that interesting? The door slams in your face and the lock clicks. That's a familiar move. Did I do that last time? Then you should know that you won't be able to leave.
Oh no! Did someone lock us in here? That's not fair. We're supposed to leave now.
She's right. It isn't fair. But the unfairnesses of the world are no match for the strength of true love. Enough with this true love nonsense. You just met her. Of course, you understand. Our passions run
just
deeper
met
than
her.
anything you have ever known. Are you listening to this? You don't have to go along with the every whim of that delusional voice.
Yes, I do.
I'm just along for the ride at this point.
I think we can open it if we try together.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair of teenagers in love, you and the princess place your hands on the door together. And the lock clicks and the door creaks open. Are you kidding me? I told you our love was insurmountable. You and the princess make your way upstairs, and the blade, that's right, there's still a chance for you to do the right thing. Take the blade from the table and slay her before it's too late.
No. You're not doing that.
You're enjoying this, aren't you? You're taking every opportunity you can to draw out the end of the world and make me suffer. I hate you.
Good.
That's the way out. We're going to leave together, just like you wanted.
Yes, we are.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? You cross the room, opening the door to the cabin, and then you step outside.
Romantic haze, your love will set you free!
A happy ending at last.
We did it. What should we
Oh
do?
no! The darkness!
Where did everything go? Where did he go? Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
Cold. Is being happy supposed to be so cold?
No.
She's cold. Quick, our feathers. Pluck them all and weave her a coat worthy of a princess.
No! But you don't get the chance to make that jacket, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory
She's gone.
returns.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
We've been here before and you always get
But it
scared.
feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything. Yes, I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
I'll see you on the other side. It's going to be okay. Whatever's on the other side is going to be nice. It's going to be okay.
If you say so. We'll trust you. She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it.
You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. The bloat. You've grown. What do you mean? I can't even tell. You've grown. Ooh. Proceed to the cabin. You're at the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
But I want to stay with her. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have
So,
already made my own.
the same thing can't
They are
happen
useless to
twice.
us now.
Interesting.
Inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
I kind of like that. Then I don't have to remember. Do you have any thoughts on this vessel?
This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart. Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
What I want? Thank you. Thank you for being
I'd
kind.
be kind to you. You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Oof. I'm ready to go back. Destroy your body, attack the entity.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
The mirror shatters. The hero and the princess. Ooh.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cat. You're here to...
Continue to the cabin.
You make your way up the short... We're not going to go through with this, right? Ignore him.
Proceed into the cabin. We go!
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The
Do
air
I
is
take the
stale
knife?
and musty, and
Do
the
I
floor
not
and
take
walls
the
are
knife?
painted in a fine layer of dust. The only the blade is your
We're gonna enter the basement without the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing her voice.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you.
Lie, I'm here to save you? I think I'm here to slay you. Lie.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever.
I see. You're trying to get her to lower her guard. It's a gamble, but it might work.
Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
Okay.
Walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist. She's beautiful. I am begging you to...
Hi. I can't believe you're here. Wait, I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
You were lying when you said you were here to rescue her, but regardless of your intentions, breaking her out of those chains would be a big mistake. Don't even try it.
See what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing.
Voice of the
Walk up
hero.
to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess...
If there isn't a key, do you have
Maybe
any other
there's some way to
ideas?
break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
You attempt to make your way.
Is someone else here?
Return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door.
There's a slight panic, right?
If I could just get out of the.
She barely hesitates as she rips her flesh from her bone. It's the blade from upstairs.
Or we could use it to free her.
You won't like what happens if you do that.
Slay. Slay this time.
Without hesitation, you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back.
That's not her back. Whatever.
The wound drives her to the ground.
Oh, was it? Maybe it
Okay.
wasn't.
There's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back. Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
Predator.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us.
It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you.
I don't
I'm
believe
not
you.
so sure.
Don't waver now. As you ready your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm. Your knife cuts into her again and again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw.
She has fangs.
Forget about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
Slay the
Though your nerves are
princess.
seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize
Slay
a
her.
moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees.
We can still turn this around.
Finish the job.
You steel your resolve and take another step closer to the princess. You probably won't make it out of.
Excuse me? What's this about not making it out of here alive?
Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone in this room is still standing right now. Don't act so surprised.
Can you not feel all those gashes and holes pulling you apart? If the princess doesn't do you in here,
You take another step forward, and the princess lunges towards you.
Get her in the heart. Right there. Right there.
The two of you enter one last exchange, a flurry of blade and claw and fleshy ribbons.
Fleshy
And then you
ribbons.
stop. Neither you nor princess able to go any further. You collapse on the ground.
This
and
looks
the princess
familiar.
collapses beside you. Blood pools around you both, and you watch each other fade away.
After all this time alone, I thought I'd finally found a friend, but you were just another monster, weren't you?
Silence as the room starts to get fuzzy around you.
Feel like I
You've
made
paid
a terrible mistake.
price, but you've saved us all. It's over.
If you think this is it, you're sorely mistaken. One way or another, I'll make sure you pay for this.
but you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The witch? Ooh.
Your Honor, you're here. She will lie.
Don't worry.
Proceed into the cabin. We're taking the knife with us this time.
The interior of the cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happens to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
I want the blade.
The blade is your...
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. Well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs.
Voice of
doesn't
the
have to know we have it.
opportunist.
That's not actually a bad idea.
To the basement. The mirror disappeared.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down.
No,
Don't
you
be
definitely
scared.
will. You
I
definitely will
probably
bite.
won't bite.
Say nothing.
Silence, I see. Don't think I've forgotten about you. I recognized the sound of your nervous little footsteps as soon as they came into my home. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation.
Nope.
You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions? Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk? You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you.
Oh,
You
she's
descend the
very
basement
animalistic
steps,
this time.
Entering the dark room below.
Look at those paws. Oh, and she has animal legs. She has an extra bend in the leg. An animal tail.
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So,
I mean, we killed her
you've
with it.
dropped the pretenses. Good.
She's acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning. Well, you seem to be great at it. Do you remember us then? Do you remember last time? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy. Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
She has a little animal face. This blade isn't for you. Or not for killing you. We've got to get you out somehow.
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She
Mm.
could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is
Fair.
why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
I could try to say I'm sorry. It got out of
They got
hand.
didn't they?
But it's hard to let bygones be bygones when they led to murder.
I mean, fair.
And you started it.
Let's leave. Ooh. Do it.
You can't be serious.
Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote.
She's absolutely going to kill me for
As
this.
do I.
I abstain.
You abstain. She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
This isn't a democracy.
Everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do. You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
What do you think happens now?
I was curious to see if she had animal ears. She doesn't, but she does have cat face and cat nose. Chose last time and I regret it. So now it's your time to choose.
Her shoulders tense and her eyes dart away.
This is another trick. You're trying to sow doubt, but it's not going to work on me.
And then she buries the blade in your heart.
I mean, fair.
What? No. No, come on, that's not right. I told you. I told you this is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it. I got you. You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Is there gonna be a chapter 3? Yes! Hand your power to a suspicious character!
You're on a path in the woods.
She stabbed us. She actually...
Voice of the cheated!
Of course she stabbed us. We gave her the blade, which, I might add, I voted against.
But the whole point was that she wasn't supposed to do that. The whole point of giving her the blade was to break the cycle of violence, and she just killed us anyway.
I guess it really doesn't matter if she killed us, though, right? We're back here, which means that everything's fine, or fine adjacent.
I think it's interesting none of these voices are actually me.
Maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change. Maybe that's all it'll take to show her that there's another way to do things. You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try.
Give what another try exactly?
You are aware I've been listening to you, right?
Like that changes anything. We all know the game is rigged. It doesn't even matter if she's nice this time. I'm sure he'll find a way to turn us against each other.
Great. So you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once. Sure.
Oh, sorry.
Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned.
She's dangerous.
You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
We're going to free her! I'm not gonna tell her that. Proceed to the cabin. I'm not taking the knife this
It
time.
isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point.
I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me?
I have a position. It's a good one, too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. The princess is a threat to you. She's a threat to me, and most importantly, she's a threat to the world. You know what you have to do.
I have to set her free.
The interior of the cabin
What
is hardly
the?
an interior at all anymore.
There's not even a dagger!
The ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here. Charred wood still reeking of ash.
What?
Beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain. The promise of new life in the wreckage of the old. The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table. A pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
No blade!
We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here. And if she has it, let me guess, you want to get all chummy with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do. I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work.
Of course we don't get to make a choice about the blade. Every single time we come back here, something has to be different.
Approach the mirror.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent.
Oh.
You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. What are you doing?
Figures. Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
Enter the basement.
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below. The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you. Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease, at least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved.
I'd say this feels like a trap, but you practically said as much. Yet you still want us to keep going.
You just told us
There
it was
are
a trap.
thorns. I'd say getting a few scratches in exchange for the lives of everyone in existence is a fair trade. I'm sure you'll manage. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? We kill each other and you come back. You let me kill you and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
I want to figure a way out of
I
here.
think
for
you
good.
know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
Can't leave, in quotes.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a
Holy
vast
heck!
open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and
Wait.
thistles. The space thick with hostile vegetation.
There's no change. She's wrapped in thorns.
At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess. Her bloody, trembling hands clutching a
why is she
pristine
bloody?
blade.
Did she use the blade?
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
I'm not here to laugh. I'm here to free you if you let me. I can cut you free, but you'll have to give me the blade.
And I'm supposed to believe it's safe in your hands? That you aren't just saying what you need to say in order to fool me and save yourself?
Do you have another choice? You're not the only one who yearns for freedom. I'm as trapped as you are.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
Her eyes dart away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Can I take the blade?
Her eyes briefly meet yours, then dart back to the floor. She hangs her head in resignation.
Okay.
Reach for the blade.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
I'll be damned. She really gave it to us.
It feels like it's been so long since we've held real power in our hands.
I'm not gonna stab
What do
her.
we should do with it? We free her, obviously. It's the right thing to do.
I
think
agree.
You're right. She's as much a victim in all of this as we've been. Besides, it would really stick it to him to free her. Or, hear me out, we slay her right here, right now. She's never been so helpless, and if we don't take advantage of that, we may never get another chance.
That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
We've all said our piece. Now it's time to make our move.
It's 2 against 1. It's 2 against 2. You don't.
I agree, the narrator doesn't
and
count.
Why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us. That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
One of us.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
I'm not gonna betray your trust like this. I just wanted my blade back! That's brutal! Cut her free.
Yes. What a good idea. Let's cut her free.
Hecking.
Oh, so you're suddenly team free her? You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess. Even if he'll stick a knife in our back as soon as he has the opportunity, it's still better to have him nominally on our side. At least that gets him to shut up for a while.
It does.
See? We're all friends here, united in our actions and intentions. Yeah, united. But the other one has a point. If it keeps you quiet, sure, we're all friends. You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm. And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. You're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
Is that really all you've got? Threatening us with an accidental mistake? I expected more from you.
Our blade didn't even waver when he said that.
Yeah, you're right. He's a bit of a nobody, isn't he?
Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning.
Shut up!
The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe it. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Of course I did.
She smiles, her hand slipping into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs.
Which are covered in vines.
Shameful,
Thorns.
really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
You're getting desperate, aren't you? Even more proof that you can't actually do anything to stop us.
We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
Cut into the thorns. Step into the thorns. Cut.
As you swing your blade into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield.
Yield?
Both
Okay.
you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world
What
ends.
cabin? It's
Do
just
you
a
hear me?
husk.
What did the world ever do to you to deserve this? It feels so good to hear you say that you're admitting you've lost and we've bested you at your own game at last. I don't care what happens now. That's all I've wanted. You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance.
Imagine stabbing her now.
We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
Step into your freedom.
Hands clasped.
Work
the
through
two
some
of
issues
you
and learn
open
to
the
trust
door
again.
and step out into a new day, you irredeemable murderers.
What do we do now? Where's everything going? Why is it so cold?
She's gone. And there's that.
Approach the mirror.
This doesn't. It's going to do something to us. I can feel it. If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
Distant. Gaze into your reflection. You've withered. Interesting. The long quiet once again proceed to the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Weird. At least one of us always hurts the other. What do you think of this vessel?
This one yearns for connection she feels she doesn't deserve. Even when shown compassion, she hid herself away. She will make for a cautious heart.
I mean,
Do
fair.
not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
How many more vessels?
We will know when we near our destination.
Okay. I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
Bring the thorn to her.
Your Honor, you're here. You make your way up the short path. We're not going to go through with this. Ignore him.
Let's see. What are
The
we gonna
interior
do
of the
this
cabin is
time?
almost a blade.
Let's
is
find
your
out.
implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
We'll take the blade
You take
this
the
time.
blade from the... The door to the basement creaks open, revealing her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost
So
as
whenever
if
I
she's the one in
take
charge
the
down there.
blade to start,
Don't let it fool you.
continue down
Good.
the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Since I can't do what has already been done. Nuh-uh. could you even think that?
That giant knife you're holding kind of gives it away, doesn't it?
The blade. Of course she doesn't want to talk. Who'd want to have a conversation at knife point? We should drop it. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your
This
hands
time.
and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me? Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it. So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Slay the princess.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her. A moment of
Okay,
distraction
we've
and
done
hesitation
this.
is all it feels like you've been hit. Holy shit, that hurt. Though she's unarmed. The shock of that first stroke, your blade slashes through the air again
Alright,
and
we cut
again.
her shoulder
still turn
again.
the
I have to either flee or give up. Give up.
Are you serious? As internal bleeding, you lacked the will to finish the job. Your bruised and broken body falling to its knees before her. The princess, exhausted, chest heaving with heavy breaths, tosses the blade away from you. This is the end, isn't it?
Yeah?
Is this really the best you could do? Look at you. Completely broken. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little disappointed.
She plants her foot on your chest and pushes you onto your back, the air leaving your lungs in a heavy puff. And then she brings her knee to your throat. She leans
Oh,
into it
no.
with a kind of weight you didn't think her slight frame could possibly possess, shattering your windpipe and leaving you starved for breath.
It's too bad. I was looking forward to some company.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
The tower?
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to...
Proceed to the cabin.
A warning. She will lie. We might as well just pledge ourselves to
Voice
her
of the broken.
and stop pretending we're capable of doing anything in this
Oh.
situation. She probably doesn't even need to try to overpower us. Can we tone down the pessimism just a smidge? I'm not being a pessimist. I'm just being realistic. You're being annoying. Just ignore their bickering, and whatever you do, don't pledge yourself to her. I cannot stress enough how absolutely catastrophic
I
that
feel
would be
like I
for
should pledge
everyone,
myself to her.
yourself included. I agree. If she's wrongfully imprisoned, then we should rescue her, but if he's telling the truth, we shouldn't just hand her the world on a silver platter. Rescue her? Given the stakes of the situation, there isn't really a difference between rescuing her and pledging yourself to her. Either would be terrible. So please try to ignore both of those knuckleheads and focus on saving the world. Let's not make this harder than it has to be.
This is a fun game. I like this.
If that's what you want, I guess I don't have a say here. The interior of the
Oh,
cabin is larger
wow.
and more grandiose than its humble exterior would suggest. The only furniture of note is a massive marble
I'm not
altar
gonna take
with
the
a
blade.
pristine blade perched on its edge.
This is going to take a lot of streams to get through.
The blade is your implement. Why do we feel so small? We don't feel small. We are small.
Enter the
No
basement.
blade this time. Yeah. Maybe she'll be more receptive if we're unarmed. Blade, no blade. It doesn't matter. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a spiral staircase, its steps almost as deep as you are tall. The smell of incense drifts up from below. For a moment, you almost feel at ease. This is actually kind of nice. It's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her booming voice rolls up the stairs.
Is that a guest I hear? Don't linger on the stairs. Come down and witness me.
You
I
weren't
will.
kidding when you said it was booming. She wasn't like this last time. You shouldn't have come down here unarmed. We need to get down there. She wants us to see her. We need to see her. Should we be worried about your sudden change in attitude? Just a few minutes ago, you were going on about how pointless everything was. Now you want to go down there.
Escape is fun.
It doesn't matter what that little voice says. He's not the one making the decisions. Though if his
Nothing is ever as you expect.
They get you to the princess.
Continue down the stairs.
Making your way down the spiral staircase is a time-consuming and exhausting effort, every step requiring you to clamber over one edge before dropping to the next. But soon the end comes into view, and you tumble to the bottom, entering the vast, temple-like room beyond. The princess towers
Oh
over
my
you,
goodness.
almost glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants.
I am really short. I'm like calf level with her.
I see your hands are empty. You've already given up, haven't you? You aren't even going to try and kill me. How sweet. And more than a little disappointing.
I'm sorry.
She's disappointed in us?
Kneel.
Neil.
On her command, you fall to the floor, knees painfully connecting with hard stone.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we met, you tried to kill me. And yet here you are again. This time groveling at my feet. What a wretched sight. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death?
That's a good sentence. I like that sentence. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? I want to write that down. I like that. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death? I'm slowly making plans for a D&D character, hence my typing. And I'm partially basing it off this game, which is a terrible thing to base anything off of. Don't.
Speak.
The last time we met, nobody should have met her before this. You should be the first. You're the only one I trust to deal with her. Then you shouldn't have trusted us. There was nothing we could do to stop her then. And there's nothing we can do to stop her now.
There's so many paths in
It's
this
being
game.
melodramatic, but yeah, we've been here before and she absolutely destroyed us. What are we even supposed to do to stop her? That's worrying. Whatever you do, don't tell her why you're here. It's best not to give her any ideas.
I don't think I can refuse her.
Are you
Sorry.
serious? Just don't say anything. How hard can it be to not say anything? You haven't felt her angelic fingers run. You haven't felt her nails dig into your thoughts.
You're supposed to end the world.
Weak-willed buffoon.
Is that so?
The princess closes her eyes in contemplation.
Something about that thought wraps itself around my heart. It feels like a fundamental truth to my being that I'd somehow forgotten. The collapse of the old is a necessary prelude to the birth of the new, and the world as it is now is overdue for alterations. It's time for me to seize my destiny, and you, little bird, will help me seize it.
Yes, I will.
She's inevitable.
She's inevitable! One thing that she clearly isn't, though, is inedible. She is clearly not inedible. I'm yours to command.
Your will was so easily broken. Am I that magnificent?
Yes.
All you need to do now is break my chains.
If this is what you want, then I guess there's not much else for me to say.
No, you can't just give in to her. Not when the stakes are so high.
can't
Not when
break
you're so
chains like
close.
this.
I won't let you do this.
There's still something in the way. A greasy film inside of you where it doesn't belong, trying to conceal you from me. Is that a person? No, it used to be a person. It's something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you?
Oh, I think I accidentally skipped some dialogue.
A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
I just sound more like screaming.
Rise, my little bird.
Without hesitation, you're brought to your feet.
Oh, interesting.
Break my chains.
And how are we supposed to do that? We don't even have a weapon.
All you need to do is believe it's been done.
Break her chains!
Her chains shatter, and the cuff falls from her wrist,
The cuff is still on her
is
wrist.
loose, and the end is upon us.
What a good disciple you are. Come, it's time for us to leave.
Yes, please. Take her hand. Your obedient servant! Pledge your loyalty to your better. She is definitely my better.
She's gone. Is that a...
Approach the mirror.
This... I don't want to look at her.
Gaze into your reflection. You're unraveled. Weird. Proceed to the cabin. She's so big! Approach her.
There's a world.
Holy heck, she takes 3 hits to keep her eyes closed!
They're supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Do you know? Do you want to tell me?
Rhetorical. I am not rhetorical. I have only known these spaces, and I have known flickers of the lives you've brought me. Short and violent and full of passion. But all of those flickers end where the long quiet begins. I'm asking you because I cannot know your mind. Do you know what we'll find out there?
It's trees, stars, and people.
There is a warmth and sadness in me at the thought of people. Fresh tears on a winter's day. They are not like us. They do not last.
Do you have any thoughts on this
This
vessel?
one is dominance. A figure capable of bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart.
That one was fun. I liked
Do
that
not
run.
mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
Their thoughts are quiet. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
He does. I
I
know.
am on the cusp of my awakening. Perhaps you are on the cusp of yours.
I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are. I will be here, waiting for you.
Ah, gosh, dang it. I always forget that that's gonna happen. Bring the tower to her.
You're on a path. You're here.
I want to see
You
what
make
the
your way
last
up the
option
short
in
path
those
to the
three
We're not going to go
is.
through. Ignore
Because
him.
there were 3 options. I want to see what the last one is.
The blade.
We're gonna take the blade.
You take
We're gonna enter the basement.
the door to her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds. Don't let it.
Continue
Good.
down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her. She's so focused on the task.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
Steal your nerves
You
and step forward.
Your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me? I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? So, you should just drop it.
She's unarmed.
Slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Wait, that's not entirely what I intended, but
Oh. This is it, isn't it? I'm almost embarrassed. I should have seen it coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? But is it over?
get look
Really
on her face.
over?
Of course not. That was
It's
too easy.
over. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Remove the blade.
You lean down and wrap your hand around the blade's hilt. But as you begin to slide it out of its resting place, you feel a sharp and sudden jab in your side. What was that?
She had a
I
knife.
guess I won't be dying alone after all.
Quick, let's get out of here. It's too late for that now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs.
Look at those teeth! Look at those eyes!
As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now. See you around.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate? It doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you, for whatever that's worth. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2, The Razor. Ooh.
You're on a path in the wood. You're here to slay. Oh, she will lie. He couldn't be. We know what to look out
Oh,
for
wait,
this time.
sorry.
Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Proceed into the cabin. I skipped too
The
much.
interior of the cabin
Oh,
is
wow.
a jagged mess of warped wood.
I'm
and
taking
broken
the dagger.
boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the prince. It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands.
Voice of the
Let's make
cheated.
her hurt for what she's done to us.
Interesting. Enter the basement.
The The door to the basement creaks open,
What
revealing
on
what must
earth?
once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
Scraping? She's not even trying to hide her knife. It's like she wants to get in our head.
That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us. Like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
As you descend the final step,
What on
the
earth?
form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room.
Finally, somebody. Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down.
I
If
agree.
she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Yep. Nope. I'll let you out of here if you
A
drop
knife?
it.
What are you talking about? I don't have a knife. Where would I keep a knife? And why would I stab you to death? I don't know you. You haven't given me a reason to stab you to death. It would be so silly of me to cut you
What?
open and look at your inside.
No!
Okay, I could have sworn we didn't mention stabbing anyone to death.
We didn't.
Sounds like she's really out for blood. Fortunately for you, she isn't armed.
No, she is. Prove it then. Prove that you don't have a knife.
It would be so much easier to prove that I do have a sharp object. I could just show it to you, but I don't have one, so I can't.
Take your hands out from behind your back.
The princess smiles as she pulls
I
her hands
don't
from behind her
believe.
back.
But look at this! Hands! Hands that don't have anything in them to stab you with!
Her smile stretches into an even wider grin as she shakes her sleeves.
And empty sleeves, too! Look at how few stabbing implements I have. It's
Practically
zero.
zero. What if you're just hiding it somewhere secret?
I've shown you all of my hiding spots.
Turn
What kind
around.
of princess do you think I am? I would never hide something sharp somewhere secret. Wait, that sounds like I'm lying, but I'm actually not. My secret zones are for me, only they have nothing to do with you or my intention to not stab you to death the second you get close to me.
Her smile drops for a moment, her expression sharp and flat.
I assure you, there's nothing hidden there.
I'm inclined to believe her on that one. She seems serious.
I
Of course, but
do
that doesn't mean
not.
that she doesn't have something hidden somewhere. We know for a fact she's armed.
I don't have the key.
Oh, you don't? Okay, I see. I have an idea. You should come over here and stare directly at the chains. You won't be able to find a key if you don't know what it's supposed to look like, so you better come right within
She's
close
insane!
staring distance just to be sure.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her.
She certainly feels threatening.
Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it. But you know who is armed? You. So stop second-guessing yourself and do your job. But I'm nervous. All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
I'm very stuck in my head. Screw it. I don't trust
Princess
her.
falls silent, her smile unwavering as you charge across the room. Okay, she hasn't pulled out a knife yet, and her hands are still behind her
Her hands
back.
are still behind her
I
back.
think we can do this. I think we can win. We just have to strike now, but make sure you keep your eyes on those hands. I don't trust her for a second. But your focus is broken by the horrible sound of metal slicing through meat.
Whose meat? Not ours, right?
Ours.
Hers at first, then yours.
Hee
How? What did she even hit us with?
The
You
knife.
stare down at your chest and at the long, thin blade she impaled.
She had
on
a
you.
sword? I want a
And
sword.
then the red, angry slit along the flesh of her thigh, where the blade had been nestled just a moment ago.
It was in her thigh?
It's still lodged in her leg, emerging from her knee, hinging up and out of her body like some extra metallic limb.
What?
Bullshit. Absolute bullshit.
You're going to die now.
With a twist of her knee and a painful squelch, she does just that.
What?
Everything goes dark.
But I stabbed her too. Oh wait, no. I didn't stab her. She stabbed herself. The arms race!
On a path in the woods.
No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin.
You're what? I feel dizzy.
Oh ho ho ho! I guess
What
I
on
got us to the
earth?
cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
Oh
The
no.
circle's getting smaller and smaller.
Running
isn't an option anymore.
We have
to
fight.
Good. It's better that way.
Except the
Without a
stubborn.
fight, no one can win, and if no one can win, then nothing has any meaning. Great. So obviously you've already been here. How many times?
This is our third?
No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right?
That can't be right. That's too much responsibility.
Nah, impossibly high stakes make the fight so much better. Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table, a pristine blade perched. We take it. Okay, sure, you take the blade.
I don't
before
even
everyone
have
finished
control
telling us
anymore.
there. It would be
I don't
difficult
have
to stay
control
focused
anymore.
without a weapon. This feels right. We just...
That's right. We've got to be able to win eventually.
We will win eventually. Hell, we might even win now.
That's a fighting spirit I like to see. You could all learn a thing or two from this one. I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there?
You walk through the door.
There isn't a door. There's just that mirror.
There isn't a mirror.
You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore.
I can feel the air coming up from behind it, still full of iron and steel. He might be right. Could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it. If it's in our way, let's just break it and move on.
Approach the mirror.
Make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it.
You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it. Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
Open the mirror, please.
Reach
There we
forward
go.
and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open.
And the mirror's gone. How surprising.
It was never there. Just an illusion.
Let's just get to the princess already. I didn't care about the mirror before. I care about it even less now.
Guess it's time for us to see her again.
Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
I don't believe you after what happened
You
last
step
time.
forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom. Your body tumbles onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance.
What
She
nonsense
gives
do you
a
have this
wry
time?
smile.
Hi. It looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore. But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
She's got another thing coming if she thinks we're going down easy again.
Uh,
Pride makes us dead.
pride
Anything
makes
that
us
matters
dead,
is
yes.
Survival.
actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once. Nothing bad has come of it yet. Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin. The people there mattered. The past isn't real.
The past isn't real!
Now. Your internal bickering is cut short by the wet sand slicing in. The princess's arms erupt twin blades glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves. The chain clatters to the floor. She's loose, and she is coming for you.
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
Shit. She's coming for us and I'm out of ideas.
She can't hurt us if we don't let ourselves feel it. What? We're going to appeal her authority. Puff her up a bit. We're going to unconditionally surrender. Oh, that's easy. We're going to try flirting with her. No, you absolutely will not. All of these ideas suck. Think of something better. All of these are going to end with us dead. Think of something better.
That's right, we just have to think. There's probably an answer if we think.
Yeah, we're
Just
dead.
standing there, huh? A bold strategy.
You don't have time to finish your thought. In a moment, she's across the room, blades flashing in the dim starlight. She skewers you. Ow. What a surprise. Yeah, we don't even get a second to think without her stabbing us. Oh,
Voice
a
of
new
the
one of us.
skeptic.
I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
Don't like that we died without us knowing it. This really, really blurs some lines that I prefer not to be blurred. Are we still dead? Are we alive again? How are we even supposed to know the difference?
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here?
This is 4.
No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her. We don't need any other voices chattering about in here. It'll just confuse us. All we need is to keep fighting. Yeah, I'll pass on that.
As long as we keep moving.
Come on, show me something new.
Okay, plan now.
I feel like this is the only option.
Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason. She skewers you. Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. Then you skewer yourself.
I thought we both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
Huh, that didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought.
Voice of the contrarian.
What's the point? It's all the same.
She skewers you.
Oh, don't give up on me just yet. You gotta keep going.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up.
Okay, let's go again.
Compliment her on those gleaming blades. There's nothing better than a capable woman.
She skewers you.
You're cute.
See? We're getting better.
Okay, yeah. That was a good one.
Just panic. Flee.
She skewers you.
Flee.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
We're getting close to something. Can't you feel it? One last time.
You're right. One last time, that's all we need. She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels.
She skewers you.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Did she Chapter 4, Mutually Assured Destruction.
Oh, don't lose your head.
Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand.
Oh, what if we throw it out the window?
Over my dead body. That won't be very hard. We've died a lot. But I can't say I mind anymore.
Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful woman?
Sure, I can think of a better way to die.
They're all the same, really.
How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything.
No, let's manifest
The only
something.
thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top. There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... How about you stick to describing things, and we'll stick to doing them?
Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time.
I don't
Narrator,
believe it.
We heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover.
Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only... It's fine. I'll just
it's a
shut
slide.
up then and speed this whole thing
Oh,
along.
I accidentally skipped.
Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs? Or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this. Don't care, just want to win. Fine, you make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again? I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together. But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it? I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you.
Oh,
It's worth it,
no.
though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Are you gonna say what she does? Do you want me to talk now? Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists,
Oh,
stripping
yeah!
pieces of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts. She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. What remains in the
There's
center
a heart.
of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of
There's no way I
chest.
can get close enough to stab that heart.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Holy shit! She's gorgeous.
She's gorgeous!
Absolutely divine.
Yes, behold.
Behold the perfect woman!
Do you think we can throw her out the window?
No.
That looked painful. How is she still alive? Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it?
This is all just a sick joke.
I hate existing.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
This
All right,
is all
sir.
just
Empty your mind.
It's so quiet.
Him too.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
You do not act, and yet through that inaction your body moves on its own. Princess strikes as you approach, but as her blow finishes its arc, you're already somewhere else.
You're incredible.
Weapons clash again and again, you and her entering a rhythm free of thought and free of self. There is only the dance, the ebb and flow, the shifting of the tides back and forth between you. The deeper you fall into your play, the faster your hearts pound, and the faster the momentum volleys between you. Then endlessly building crescendo and then an opening. Your blade strikes free of volition, and hers strikes too. Both strikes are lethal. Neither of you will survive. But neither of you fear what's to come. This is a good ending. Didn't like the sword lady. You don't get to see each other die. Approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. You are nothing at all. You can't be nothing. Figure faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection.
I think you know what I am.
What? Sorry, I don't want to destroy you. I wasn't supposed to see all this, was I?
You were either going to have seen all this, or you weren't going to have seen all this. This is worse, but you still have an opportunity to save the world. You can still slay her.
Destroy the mirror. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and ancient god. It's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is for you. You already know what you are. Oh, wait. Proceed to the cabin one last time? There's no final vessel for you to bear witness. Huh.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
Lots of mildly naked women. You just have to listen for now.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
There's so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
Slay the princess! I could leave her, or I could kill her. I want to play this game again. I don't even have to be done with the stream yet. Slay her.
Violence has always been our language, hasn't it? If this is what it takes to save him, then so be it.
A boundless torrent of blades cut you from boundless angles. You are a body. You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it. On and on it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts are not you. Alive, dead, alive, dead, then alive, dead, all at once. yourself away, and in your stillness you rose above me. You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives, and yet it is all so far behind you. I pushed you to a greatness you never would have reached without me.
Expand? Reject her authority? Argue your independence? Reject her perspective. Though the world can't exist without you, but I've existed without you. You've done nothing but lecture me since the minute I've got here. Expand! Let's see. I am going to reject her authority.
Your mistake for lecture is merely observation. I only want to help you. You can vainly struggle against me, or you can follow the rhythm of our movement and find our freedom. You are nothing, a black hole of self-loathing fed by the matter of your restless thoughts. A dog blind to its leash. But there is no light without the dark. When I proclaimed my godhood and offered you a place at my side, you gladly became the instrument of my new creation.
Oh, I have to go through all the endings.
Only with both of us is there a future to look towards. It is hope that carves meaning into being.
Use all these metaphors, all these pretentious metaphors, and pretend you're making grand proclamations about who I am and who you are. But really, you aren't saying much of anything.
If my words feel meaningless, it's because words are meaningless. If it feels as though I lecture you from above, it is merely because you have refused to climb after me and find where you belong. A thought is a vine, and some thoughts nurture thorns that bleed the soul, and endless growth that blots your vision and strangles your trust.
Yes.
When I succumbed to myself, you patiently stood by me and cut the thistles that rooted in my skin. Your compassion is what freed us both, but compassion is a thing that must be nurtured, and you cannot nurture that which cannot change.
Oh, is it 'cause I tried to kill her? Continue to reject her authority.
The only universal truth is that there are no universal truths. There is only you and me, existing in relation to the other. And I will not stop our dance until you understand. Your letter drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? But the stakes meant nothing to you. You had a desire, and you set that desire free. You lifting me, and me lifting you. Forever and ever and ever. Consumed by true belief, there was nothing that could hold us back.
So much better when I was with your vessels. Even at their worst, they all still heard me.
They are mere fragments of a whole. They bought into delusion because none of them were able to see past themselves. I crush you. I bleed you. I grind you to paste. My scars are a memory of what you used to be to me. I want those feelings back. run, but you do not run away. You take me somewhere new, somewhere we can dance like we used to. But I could not follow your steps. There was no better gift for me than the gift of defeat. You showed me how much more I could be. We made each
Fair.
other better. To have no challenges to fade into nothing. A life without obstacles is no life at all.
Address this vessel's statement directly. Not all obstacles are equal.
To lose me is to remain the same. What meaning can be taken from a single moment frozen in time? All conflict is violence. But to remove conflict itself is to remove the textures that define us.
As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center. You cannot remove something without removing the relations which define it. To destroy what you perceive as evil is to damn everything you perceive as good. Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
I can still slay her. I can leave. Or I can slay her. Slay her.
Even now you think you can destroy me. If it takes all of eternity to break your delusion, I will still break it.
You don't have to face her alone.
Where's
They're still
everyone
where you
else?
left them, stuck in the folds of this place. Part of me is with them, just like part of me is with you right now. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Then let's go.
What?
And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it? Do you need me to describe things?
I'd like that for old time's sake.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows. There's no mirror, either. I think you broke it. And I know I've already mentioned it, but if we want to see this through, we're gonna need that blade.
Take the blade.
That's probably for the best. It's always seemed to give us more options than not.
Enter the basement.
The stairs. Do you remember the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
We both
Who's
know
wrong?
why you're here. You don't have to draw it out for my sake.
It sounded just like that. A
No
little
sharp,
sharp, a little
no
menacing. Only she didn't know us. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
And there
There's
you are.
no
knife
chains.
in hand. That sight brings me back. You're going to do it then, aren't you? You're really going to kill me. You'll have all of eternity to yourself after this. Why don't we chat a little before I go?
I've already made my choice. Actually, you know what? No, I've made
So this
my
is
choice.
it then. Let's see this through.
So, that's how it is. Whatever world you want to build without me, I hope it works out. Despite our differences, I've always loved you, and I wish you nothing but the best.
All I have left over is a small, melancholic weight that sits at the borders of your heart. Your action brought you and the princess into being was rough and jagged and left each of you with a piece of each of the other. By destroying her once and for all, you also destroyed a part of yourself, but the world hasn't ended. Things continue
She's
on.
gone. And I don't think she's coming back.
No,
Then we
she's
did what we
not.
set out to do. Come on, let's get going. We don't need to linger down here anymore.
Leave the cabin. You leave
It's
the
quiet
cabin
here.
itself. The path in the woods outside are an empty canvas, but there's even more to see beyond this place. The fruits of your labor, a world free from death. Set yourself free. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation. You feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here is you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonizing tension to a finite plane. You feel the glass of your cage pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not
He's
yield.
gone. She's gone. No one is left to trap us here but us.
Open your heart and bear witness to your new kingdom. All at once, the unyielding tension gives way. And then the shattering, you are free, and before you lies the endless expanse of absolute reality. A new absolute reality, one forged by your will and by a long and arduous cycle of bloodshed that has stained your hands countless times over. But there will be no more bloodshed in this new world.
It's finally over, isn't it? But all of us are still here.
I knew we'd finally see it through. All it takes to be a winner is grit and determination.
We really did win, didn't we? We're the house now. We get to make the rules. This is nice. No more hunting. No more running.
Just us and whatever's out there.
Whatever's out there. Well, boys, how does it feel? We're not just on top of the pecking order. We are the pecking order now.
I hope this was all worth it, because I'm personally inconsolable.
Time mends a lot of things. You'll get better.
Hear, hear, to our vanquished foe.
Well then, I guess the only thing left to do is figure out what happens next.
I did the thing! I did the thing! I slayed the princess! Victory is mine, but I want to keep playing this game. I'm not done yet. The voice is in your head. I need to go to the bathroom real quick. I will let the credits play while I do that. Enjoy the sound of wind, I guess. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. Explore! Return to main menu. New game.
You're on a path. You're here. A warning. She will. We're not going to ignore.
Proceed into the cabin.
The interior blade.
Enter the basement.
Her voice
Hello? Is someone there?
is hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to
You're
hear
going
once to
again!
remember it for the rest of your life.
I want more options, more choices.
Don't let it fool you.
Though I
It's
did
all
like
part
the
of the
god. I
manipulation.
kind of want to try to kill
You're
the
playing
god.
a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
I'm here to save you. No, just continue down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. It would be better if you had a weapon, but you may still be able to do what needs to be done. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Let's see.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
I'll see what I can do.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away.
If there isn't a key, do you have
Maybe
any
there's
other
some way
ideas?
to break the chains? Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost. If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be
We've
knocked to
already
attempt
been
to
through
make someone
here,
else hit.
so... return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the doors.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her mouth,
Yep.
her teeth tearing through her limb with it as she rips her flesh from her bone. A sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs, or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if you do that.
Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better, you cut into her flesh.
Let's see,
The blade
we've
is
seen
sharp.
this before.
Her limb. She didn't so much as utter a sound. No. She smiles. How is she still smiling?
Thank you. Now,
Approach the locked door.
We won't have any of that. As the princess approaches. Wait. Watch me.
Warn her.
Stop that. Your body lunges forward. The blade held. But the princess. Stop it. Stop trying to.
We know what happens if we resist, so we're gonna slay her.
there's no getting through to you right now.
A betrayal of will is still a betrayal.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm. But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease. You collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you.
It's
She
different
stares
this
down
time.
at your ravaged
That's what we
form,
want.
eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric. If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world. can't just end like this, right? As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Alright, let's see what happens this time. Oh, we're at the witch again. Okay.
A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat. Don't worry, you can trust us to get the job done.
Proceed into the cabin.
The blade is your...
We've been here before. Enter the
No blade.
basement.
It'll always be here if we need it. Sure, that was also true last time and we still died, but we definitely know what we're doing this time.
I'm gonna see what happens if I don't take.
The door to the basement creaks open. The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth. The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being... Her voice skitters up from below.
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
Say
Silence,
nothing.
I see. Don't think I've forgotten about you.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. You can't. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes to discuss. Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? You need to stop lingering. Fine, fine. You're the boss.
Let's see. We've already heard
Thank
all that.
You descend the basement
The
steps,
feral
entering
princess.
the dark room below. You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, once again seeming to offer a helping hand while likely hiding the other behind your back. Fine, I'll play along for now. What do you want?
She's acting like the two of you already know each other. Oh, no. That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure quality deductive? Well, you remember us then? No, I don't. I'm just glad we... Is it all behind? Just focus on the... Let's chat her
We
up a bit
already
first.
know
Don't
this.
talk to her. You're just going to make...
We already have heard this.
Just remember you having a tongue.
I'm unarmed. It's a gesture of goodwill. So why don't we talk it out?
You came to me with empty hands last time, too. But that didn't mean you hadn't been plotting something nasty all along. What you did showed me as much.
But we didn't plot anything. We just made an informed decision based on the information we had at the time.
I didn't
I
have a
think you're
choice.
both making perfectly valid points. Sure, we didn't plot anything, but it's easy to see how she might think we did.
We should team up.
I suppose you didn't come into my hovel of your own accord, did you? All right. I suppose I could team up.
We're changing the
Way
story.
out, after all. And unfortunately, you're the only one I have.
Seems to me like she's offering a mutually beneficial arrangement.
I feel like I'm
We
gonna
should
get
take it.
killed.
Do you know what the word mutually means? Because it sounds to me like she's offering an arrangement that benefits her and her alone.
How am I supposed to get you out of those chains?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist. She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little... A woman after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest. This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
No. Okay. Let's leave.
Yes, let's.
She's gonna kill me.
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face. She never breaks eye contact, even as the two of you find yourselves face to face. She's silent for a long moment, as if testing to see what you'll do now that she's within arm's reach.
After you, darling. You're the one it lets come and go. It's best if I follow.
Oh no, we can't have that. If anyone is going to turn their back on anyone else, she's going to turn her back on us. It shouldn't matter who leads and who follows. We're working together here. Well, if it doesn't matter, then she can go first. We may be in this together, but that doesn't mean we have to trust her. Somebody has to go first, and it might as well be us. We're the ones who broke her trust last time.
Yeah,
You're
I
talking
agree.
a lot about trusting someone who, by her very definition, cannot be trusted. I don't know how many more warnings I have to dole out, but if you help her out of here, you're going to regret it.
Step onto the stairs.
That's right. You're the one who's going first. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you watching every single thing you do.
That's exactly what I'm worried about. You step onto the stairs and begin your ascent from the basement.
This
The
is going to
princess
end
follows
poorly.
close on your heels, perhaps even a little closer than you'd like. You're only saying that because you want us to feel nervous. I do want those things, but I want them for a good reason. I don't need you to trust me for my sake, because I already know that I'm right. This is for you.
Can we walk backwards up the stairs? I think that's the smarter idea. She can't sneak in and attack if we're facing her.
No. The stairs are a bunch of overgrown roots. You'll trip and hurt yourself. But
See,
the princess is silent as you both continue the climb, and in no time
she's
at all,
gonna kill me.
upstairs of the cabin is within reach.
1 second. There we go.
Isn't that a relief? We're fine. Nothing happened. You're not even going to wait until you're through that door to proudly claim your victory, are you? Why did you just say that? I think we know why. You feel something dig into your shoulder, sharp and piercing. The princess clawing at you and pulling you down with her full weight. Together you tumble back down the uneven stairs, your body and hers crashing against the unyielding wooden roots, until finally you both separate with a bone-shaking thud against the basement floor. You feel something pop. The princess lands against the far wall, gasping as she struggles to recover from the impact.
It was in her nature.
You're still in shock, trying to get a hold of yourself. She grins as you continue to remain exactly where you are, cackling derisively as she watches you realize that you won't be getting up. Wait, why won't we be getting up? I'm afraid your back is broken. One unlucky fall is all it takes, really, and you had several.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll say it. That sucks. I don't like having a broken back.
We were going to help her. Why? Why did she do that?
It's what I would have done.
Have you considered not being like that? Of course not. It's what keeps us alive. And yet here we are, paralysed and stuck with someone who hates us in the basement of a remote cabin.
You must have known this was coming. The arrogance of turning your back to me after everything you've done.
Could have gotten out of here if we just trusted each other.
Why would I ever trust you? Your hands have spilled my blood. And knowing that, you should never have trusted me either. You should have known I would never walk hand in hand with a loathsome thing like you. By our very natures, only one of us could make it upstairs unscathed. Someone had to make the first move. Better me than you.
See, this is why I wanted her to go first. I had this whole little scheme planned, where once she'd passed by the table upstairs, I'd have said, now pick up the blade and stab her in the back. And then you'd say something like, wow, that's an amazing idea that I never saw coming. Thanks for looking out for us. And then you would have done it and we wouldn't be stuck down here with a broken back. There's just one problem with that. And what's that? She was clearly planning to betray us. And if she was in front of us, she would have gotten to the blade first. Ugh, you're right, aren't you? I thought this whole thing was ironclad, but
just a little
really
bit.
It was doomed from the start, wasn't it? The princess's body twitches as she tries to get up.
Ho ho ho! So she's got it as bad as us.
Something inside me is broken. Isn't that a cruel twist of the knife? Isn't that so funny?
She eyes you with intensity, silence falling between you for a long moment as her gaze travels up and down your battered form.
Seems I'm not the only one, though.
Wait, are we both just stuck here? Certainly seems that way. What a way to go. Look on the bright side. In all this chaos, you may have actually managed to deliver a lethal wound. World could be
Well,
saved
she
after all.
can't walk at least.
We're going to die together. Isn't that a lovely treat? I wonder how long it'll take. Maybe I'll get to watch the worms lick your bones clean.
Is that really what's going to happen? Hello? Are you still there? What happens next?
He doesn't
I think
respond.
he's gone.
Something strange is twisting this place out of shape. I wasn't feeling much of anything, but now I feel cold.
Wait, there was only 2 stages this time.
She's gone. Is that a...
Perch
I'm
the
begging
mirror.
you.
Ignore him.
This... If he thinks it's...
Gaze into your reflection. It's you. Proceed to the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
Let's see. What happens now?
Nothing as we are, but I know that there are worlds beyond us. There is no exit, but this vessel is a bring me more.
Okay, make me
She
forget.
asks, you won't.
Just that I let you remember her. She won't. An untrusting
You're
vessel.
on a
Bring the
path
witch.
in the woods.
We didn't make it to the
At the end of
thorns, so
that
we got the
path
witch.
is a cat. You're here to slay her.
Interesting. Interesting.
You make a warning. She will We're not going to ignore him. The interior of the blade.
No, we're not gonna take the blade. We took the blade a lot last time, we're not
Don't
taking it this
avoid
time.
Hello?
This. Don't let it...
I'm
How
here to
many
save
times
you.
do I have to...
Wait, really? You're here? Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
You walk down the stairs. I am begging you to stay.
Hi. I hope you brought something to do.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains...
Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Let's talk a bit. What are you going to do
The
if I let you
princess
out of here?
hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter.
What?
It's not like you'd believe me.
Keep her locked away. Oof. Getting you out of these chains.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you.
You're making... No. You're doing the walk up to their large and heavy.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Maybe it's doubtful.
Okay. I'll be here.
You attempt... Is someone else... Your shouts, and I'll repeat myself once again.
Return to the bottom of the stairs.
You make your way easier for everyone. Look at them.
I heard the door.
There's a slight panic.
See.
Rise.
If I could just get out of...
She barely has as she rips her flesh. It's the blade.
Okay.
Or we could use.
Maybe
you
we
won't
should
like
take
what
the blade. There seems to be a lot more options with the blade.
Fine. Against your... You cut. Into the blade is sharp. Her lip... She didn't know. She's... How is she...
Thank you.
No. We won't have any of us. Wait, watch me.
So my only option is to warn her,
Your body lunges forward. Stop it.
and then
The blade.
resist.
Does your body remain?
Then she's gonna stab me.
She plunges it.
Oh,
What? She doesn't. Apparently not.
I'm so...
With one, it can't just. Oh, that's. Everything goes dark.
There we go.
You're on. You're here.
Proceed to the cabin. We've accidentally stumbled upon this one.
Excuse. Forget. But he is a villain. Last time, I think he just likes to hear the sound of his own voice.
I do, but I also...
Sure. Don't pay the.
Let's see. Back to the cabin.
The interior. The blade.
I'm not taking the blade. Or should I? Should I go for something different? We're going for something different.
Hopefully it doesn't put. There's no use arguing over.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement creaks, but it's still a stone. A soft voice.
Hello?
Her voice. Okay, I'm with you. We don't even. Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in.
Let's
Walk
see.
down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
She may not be able...
Oh, your spirits.
Did you hear that?
And she called us a hit. Flattery, really? Waiting for you to.
That's right, Vil. Well, only because he made us try.
And you've died before. Nothing
Horrible for...
Now, hold on.
We never saw...
Are you listening to him?
There we go. It's
Another version of
extremely
me
unfair.
was pushed to such drastic action. It
The
was
narrator
furious.
stopped me.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
That's because she's perfect.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Do I have to cut you out again? I really didn't care for that
I'm
last
okay
time.
with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists. And what?
Why are you...
She didn't care last time. Why should she care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
Oh, I think I skipped
No,
some
you're
stuff
right.
that
It's
wasn't.
extremely
yeah.
bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
Rescue the
No.
princess.
I can't...
You what?
Yes.
Not on my watch, villain.
You wouldn't.
I would.
I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings, and...
We don't
You
have to
approach
cut
the
off her
princess-
arm.
I can't believe
This
it.
is the end
guess
I
I have
liked.
to.
I
So-
told you. There's no life
we'll
more
follow
worth
this path
living than
again.
that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time. Thank you. Thank you
You're
so
not
much.
trying to kill me, thank you!
Princess jumps up and smothers you in a... Are you sure? Is that a threat?
You know what we'll do if you try it.
You're going to regret this.
What do we do now?
Leave. And we have our whole lives to
That
figure out what to
sounds
do
perfect.
next.
Does the princess...
We have
This
each
one was
other.
my favorite anyway.
We don't need the world for our happy ending.
I like to think that you do, actually. Look, I have my doubts. I will mope about it. You and the princess... And what happens after we... Let's see. Oh, that's a familiar... Did I do that last time? Then you...
Oh no.
She's right.
Enough with this...
Of course, you.
Are you listening?
I'm just along for the.
I think we can open it if we try together.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Like a pair...
And
Lock, click.
I told you our love was insurmountable.
You and the princess make you...
That's the way out. We're going to leave together.
Yes, I suppose you are going to do that, aren't you? And then you...
Our happy ending.
We did it. What should we...
Where did everything go? Where did he...
Oh, is he gone? I hadn't noticed. I was too busy staring deep into our beloved's eyes.
Is being happy supposed to be so...
She's cold. Quick, our feather.
Let's
She's
see.
Is that... This... Yes.
Okay, so that ended the same. You've grown. Proceed to the cabin. Approach her.
Flickering lights and empty cityscapes become pocket whenever you are ready.
I'm ready to go back.
I await your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am. We will meet again.
You're on a path. You're here.
So there are a lot more
You
options
make your way
if
at
we
a warning.
take
She will
the
love.
dagger.
We're not going to go. Ignore him.
A lot more.
The interior of the blade.
Take the blade.
You
Enter the basement.
her voice.
Who's there?
She sound. Don't let it.
Continue down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a. She's so. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
I haven't decided
How
yet.
about you drop the knife and the two of us just talk?
Look how reasonable she's being. We should just drop the blade and talk things out. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what.
Drop it.
The blade.
Thank you.
Against your better judgment, you step forward to speak with the princess face to face. Unarmed. We'll be fine. I don't know what you're hoping to accomplish here, but I can assure you there's no reasoning with her.
I'm not going to forget
Just
about
make sure
the
you
blade.
don't forget about the blade on the floor. You're going to need it.
So here we are. What an awkward start to a relationship.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward.
I know. I just said that. Now why are you here to kill me?
You're supposed to end the world.
Don't just tell her that.
Is that why they threw me down here? But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. I don't remember much about it, to be honest.
Just how long has she been down here?
If I'm supposed to be capable of ending the world, then how did I wind up here, chained to a wall? Have they told you why I'm allegedly so dangerous?
I'm more inclined to trust you than I am to trust
Sooner or
them.
later, you'll understand that I have your best interests at heart. Hopefully sooner.
How sweet. Now be a pal and help me get out of here, would you? We could figure out how to deal with them after I'm free.
And how will I do that? Let's see what I can do.
You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, far too solid for...
Wait.
I'm guessing you don't have the key.
Maybe it's somewhere up, doubtful.
Oh, we've somehow gotten here.
I'll be here.
You someone... You make your easier for everyone.
I heard the
We're
knife.
back here.
You won't like.
I could slay her. No, but won't that just take me to the animalistic one? Maybe not. Because she hasn't tried to gnaw off her arm yet.
Without hesitation, you bring the
Oh
blade.
yeah, I've done
You
this one before.
bastard.
I thought it's an act. I'm not so. Don't waver now. As you raise your blade to strike again, the two of you forget trying to.
Slay?
You roll out of her grasp, though every inch of you is in pain. The princess probably has it worse. Blood pours out from countless gashes, staining her once pristine dress. She pauses for a moment, catching her breath, staring at you with wild eyes. We can still turn this around.
We're gonna try
The
this.
princess is still chained to the wall. What if she doesn't succumb to her wounds? Whatever she is, you rush up the stairs and dive past the threshold. You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out? It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
You're really an innocent promise. You're not even a princess. You're a monster. Ignore it. Go to sleep. All it does is ease my guilty conscience.
These aren't threats. These are promises. Sooner or later, you're going to have to sleep. And I'll make sure you never see the light of day.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way. Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of
Oh, good glory!
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet,
She's a ghost!
and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills. What a shame. If you'd only help me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time, but we both know this is the end, don't we?
Yes, we
It
both
can't be.
do.
This can't actually be how everything ends. I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
The nightmare?
You're on a path. You're here to...
Go to the cabin.
Oh, she will lie. I don't think... It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
Oh. Yeah. I forgot that there are additional voice lines at the beginning there.
The interior of the cabin is plain. The smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your Hold on. What happened to the door? It's just an empty frame. She's already got now, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
I want the blade. Please, the blade.
You reach down and pick the blade up off the floor. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without
No,
a weapon.
what good is a dagger
Good.
against a ghost?
Steel can't lie to us.
Is it gonna be enough, though? Couldn't you have given us something else? Something, I don't know, better than a knife? Could we have a bomb?
The blade is the only thing you need to finish your task. You're more than capable of pulling this off, so long as you don't lose faith in yourself. Those are the words of someone who knows he's sending us to our death.
Enter the basement.
You cross over the
Holy
threshold
heck!
and onto a series of isolated steps, suspended in darkness.
More eyes, too. You never mentioned the eyes.
The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Come back.
Eyes.
She must have you confused with someone else.
Eyes.
You really don't remember, do you? It doesn't matter, we need a game plan. We know we can't just go down there unprepared.
How hard is it to throw a knife? Step off into the void between the stairs. How hard is
Can't
it
be
to
that
throw a
hard,
knife?
but then we'd lose our weapon. We'd have to make it count. Otherwise she'd be furious and we'd be defenseless. If a knife is even enough to do anything against something like her in the first place, it'll be enough.
Going
Didn't
to
you hear
talk
my
to her.
warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good.
Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs.
I kind of wanted to jump into
As
the
you
void.
emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones visible against the inky black of the basement mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed.
Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is?
No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you.
Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement.
I mean, that's
I'm going to die
fair.
down here. I don't want to die again.
Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Oh, great. Go left.
You turn to the left. A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are. I
What the
told you
heck?
I was going to find you.
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow.
This is it, isn't it?
And you brought your little knife with you again. Cute.
There has to be a way out of this. Think. Think!
What did you do? Pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
As your blood begins to coagulate, it's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
Liver. Nerves.
Your lungs pull in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open.
What are you doing?
I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death.
Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again.
Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left.
Yes, I'm sure.
Heart. Lungs. Liver. Nerves. Heart.
Again, Your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. Your weapon is still in your hands. Strike at her and end this before it's too late.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs.
Why won't you
Because
finish
I
me
don't
off?
want to. And even if I did, I don't have to. Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ears.
If I want to see you gone, all I have to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerve. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then...
Shit, make her stop. Hey, snap out of it.
Okay, deep breath. Deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. You're back. Lungs,
One moment, and then you're gone.
liver,
Just like that. And there's the fear.
She pulls away.
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? I've already done that.
Liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs.
Remain with your nightmare?
Lungs, liver, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
Slay the princess!
Your will concentrates into a single fine point, and you strike out against the princess, ignoring the constant reminders of your breaking body.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
She doesn't even move as the blade sinks into her heart.
We did it. We actually did it.
Heart, lungs,
You actually went for it. Oh, you're going to regret this. I could be so much more terrible for you than I am now.
nerves,
Can she?
lungs. We've already seen how she can change.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
You're not getting those stares back. I'll see you when you finally decide to die.
She falls to the ground.
Stuck in a dream without a stare to be seen.
Oh. I can stop now, can't I? I can.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
And now that
Heart,
she's gone,
lungs,
You
liver,
can let us out of
nerves.
here. Right.
But she was the one who controlled this place, wasn't she? And now she's dead. I don't like to think what that means for us.
It means that you're stuck here. Forever. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, I hate this.
Time passes.
Forever's gonna end. Eventually,
I
right?
can just use the dagger.
No, it won't.
Or
That's
jump
the whole
into the
point of
void.
Forever. It doesn't end.
I feel sick. It doesn't have to be forever, though. Does it?
What do you mean?
We still have a way out, clutched in our hands.
You suggesting we kill ourselves? Won't we be dead? I guess that hasn't stopped us before. That's a terrible idea. You've already saved the entire world from ruin. Why would you want to die?
Because right now, you don't want us to do that.
You're right. I don't.
But if we've already saved the world, then why does it matter if we die? Why do you care?
That's a
just
good
do.
question.
I value life. Every life. Even yours. Especially yours.
Why?
What do you mean, why? I think it's perfectly reasonable to value
Why?
Exactly. I don't have to answer that.
You guys, what more could I need? Take the blade from
You
her
remove
body.
the blade from the princess's body.
What exactly are you planning on doing with it?
What do you think? It's not like it matters if I
Again?
die. I'll just come back again.
That's unfortunate. You were only supposed to be here once.
I don't like the way you said that. You knew this was a possibility, didn't you?
Of course I did. Though I'd rather hoped I was the first one. That explains a lot, though. Oh, you bastard. How much are you not telling us? Plenty. But it's all in your best interest. And the world's. And mine. She's dead and we're stuck in a hell void forever. How could telling us your secrets possibly hurt anyone?
It just can. Look, this world is saved, but if you start over, for all you know, you're just putting another world in danger. You barely managed to land the killing blow here. What if you don't manage it next time?
I've already said too much, really. You won't get another word out of me on the subject.
Throw the blade into the void. You can't make me. Do it.
Oh, no, what are you doing? You tighten your grip and fling the blade as hard as you can into the void. It's gone. Now you're really stuck here forever. There's no way out now.
Wait.
More time passes. You're still here. More time.
Can
No.
you tell me your secrets now? How about now?
Still
Is
no.
it secret time? Get away you don't
When?
eventually!
Oh, we should ask him one more time. He's on the cusp of sharing his secrets. I can feel it. I'm not.
Either way, at least needling him is something to do.
The
Secret?
narrator ignores you. You can't just describe yourself ignoring us.
The narrator ignores you.
Oh, you could do a lot better than us.
Exactly. You'll be fine here. Just come up with a game or something to pass the time.
Play Dungeons and Dragons.
That's a grim thought, innit? But I suppose you're right.
I will die.
You are a creature of biology.
It'll only take 3 days.
Something will happen to you before forever comes along.
You really shouldn't have gotten rid of the blade. It was our way out. What were you thinking?
I could just jump into the void.
Now, if we're going to be stuck here until we starve, we really shouldn't. be at
No,
each
we
other's
would be
throats.
3 days.
I'm stuck here with you. I wish I weren't.
Feelings mutual. At least we're all being honest.
You don't want us to die
Unlike
because you'd be
you,
lonely.
I'm not
How
capable
sweet.
of being lonely. Oh, sure you are. Give it some time without us, and I'm sure you'll start feeling lonely. The
Secret?
narrator continues to ignore you.
Wait.
You wait, and then you wait for a little while longer. But eventually the thirst sets in, and the hunger. The darkness of this place prevents you from wholly grasping the context of passing time, but that doesn't stop it from passing.
If it only take 3 days.
Nor does it stop your biology from unraveling. The only things you know for certain are that it's long, and that it hurts. The vastness of your suffering can't be adequately put into words.
We really shouldn't have tossed the blade.
Do we win?
No, you really shouldn't have. But biology and time are immutable forces, and eventually, long before forever gets the chance to come,
Everything
goes dark.
And you
Don't
die.
muck it up next time. The princess may be slain here, but she isn't slain there.
The Wraith! Oh, I thought we were at the end of that
Our
one.
path in the shit. This really doesn't end, does it? It doesn't matter if we kill her. It doesn't matter if she kills us. It just goes on and on and on.
Yes, so it does. No, there has to be a way out of here. There just has to be.
What if we do what she asked us to last time? What if we just let her leave?
Okay, so you've already been here. More than once, even. Great. So you probably already know all about her and all about the threat she poses to the world.
Then let me remind you how catastrophic it would be if you helped her leave in any way.
If she gets out, the world ends and everyone ends with it. Yourself included.
Let's see.
Oh, threatening us with death, are we? And why should we be afraid of dying? We've already done it twice. all death has done is shunt us back to these woods, where we're forced to listen to your empty warnings again and again.
This place feels
There's the
different,
voice of
though,
the
doesn't it?
cold.
I don't even know what I'd call it, but it's definitely not the same path in the woods anymore.
That's all the more reason to take this seriously. If the path isn't the same, it means that her influence is spreading, and the world has already started to end. Her influence? I really shouldn't have said that. It'll make your task more difficult. But now it's out, you could always take that information as a sign of goodwill between us and do your job, alright?
No. Proceed to the cabin. There's something else we haven't tried before.
You continue down the path.
I don't
toward-
believe that
It
will
isn't
do
long
anything.
before you're steps away from your destination. I don't think you need any words of warning. I think you know what's in there, and despite your protestations, I think you know what you need to do.
I don't like any of our options here. It feels like we're being driven down the tracks to some awful inevitability. There must be something we're missing. Something that would make everything make sense. Maybe letting her out really is the answer.
Whatever. You don't want to listen to me? Do it then. Let her out. See what I care. It sounds like somebody's about to crack.
You're trying to use reverse psychology on me, or have you just
There's
given up?
obviously no point in trying to reason with you right now, especially with all these clowns offering up their useless advice. Honestly, it seems like the more I try and talk sense into you, the more single-minded they get about letting her out. So yes, I'm done trying to argue.
Would you look at that? We won.
Take it however you will.
Enter the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is long and
Very
dark,
thin.
a single narrow hallway stretching far into the
And
distance.
there's not a dagger.
Curtains billow out from tall
'Cause I threw it
windows
into
on
the
either
void.
side, obscuring the path forward, fluttering helplessly as opposing gusts.
That
of
was
wind
such a
rush
big
into the building,
mistake!
clashing and joining and driving everything forward. The only furniture of note is... That's strange. What's strange? Is it the mirror? The mirror? No, there isn't a mirror. What's strange is that there isn't much of anything in here at all, aside from the
Oh
curtains.
no, I threw it into the
supposed to be a
void!
Why isn't there a pristine blade? What do you mean there isn't a mirror? There's a mirror, plain as day at the end of the hall.
I suppose the only way to go is forward. So forward we will go. Blade or not, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Approach the mirror.
You slowly make your way towards the gaping maw that awaits you. Your fraying nerves buzz with trepidation, the chill wind raising your hackles as it gently pushes you forward towards the darkness at the end of the hallway. You can't shake the feeling that you're being watched.
Oh, do we? Do we feel like we're being watched? I hadn't noticed. At least you're admitting to it now.
You stop as you reach the end of the hallway, I presume in front of whatever mirror isn't actually there.
Wipe the
This is
mirror
it.
clean.
The mirror's going to go away, and she's going to startle us. We better brace ourselves.
You reach your arm forward into the pitch black of the opening.
That was not, yeah.
Well, that was a close one. All that stress and lead up for nothing.
Helplessly staring into the void. I'm glad I made a lasting impression.
Shit. Where is she? You feel something long and frigid coil around
Oh.
your ankle. Your heart skips a
Oh.
beat, standing in muted shock for one long, frozen moment. And then it, she, the princess, constricts. Your bones snap. Icy cold gets up from the break, a deep cold flooding your veins as your legs, numb with the shock of it, collapse. And you collapse with them. You're met with the terrifying visage of the princess. Her hand grips your leg in a steel vice, her grin carved jagged from ear to ear, crowded with far too many long and crooked teeth.
You killed me last time, and that was after you tried to lock me away forever. I was so close to freedom, but then you took my body away from me.
I don't think I can
now
stop her this
I'm
time.
going to take yours, and I'm going to walk it out of here. And you get to watch me do it, completely helpless.
just like you left me.
Okay, maybe letting her in isn't the best idea. She clearly hates us.
And what's your point? I thought you wanted to get out of here. This is a way out, and it's different. We might as well take it.
Yeah, but not like this. She's going to make it hurt.
And turn off the part of you that feels things.
Oh, like it's that easy?
It is. Pain is just another sensation. If you can tolerate joy, you can tolerate pain.
Except that pain hurts.
Yes, that's what it does. That's the
Pain
definition.
hurts. Yes, yes, it
We need
does.
to explain to you why pain is bad.
You need to explain to yourself why it isn't.
You know better than me. I came here to free you.
See? That wasn't so hard. And maybe this will make it hurt a little less.
Can you stop breaking my ankle?
Maybe.
You remain pinned to the floor of the long hallway as the rest
Look
of the
at her
princess's
pelvis.
body emerges. Her proportions all wrong, limbs bent and curling, moving in ways that defy your understanding. Her torso stretches until her face is practically touching yours, her neck cracking audibly as she twists to look at you from a fresh angle.
Are you sure you can't do anything to help us? Can't you, like, manifest a rock right on top of her head? And crush you along with her? Not that I even can manifest a rock.
Besides, I thought you all wanted to free the princess.
Not like this. You don't even have a weapon. So I'm afraid you're out of luck, which unfortunately means that I, and the rest of the world, are out of luck too.
Okay, deep breath. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine.
It's
is it?
not.
Is there any conceivable way that this is fine?
Yeah, I'm right. This is fine. It's better than last time. At least our organs aren't failing. At least I can actually talk. It is fine. Everything is always fine.
Fucking
These consequences have no
cold.
real impact on us outside of momentary discomfort. I'm sure we'll be moving on again soon enough.
Your vision fades as she tears open the membrane of your soul.
I like that line.
You're awake. Eyes once again fixed on the long hallway, your vision swimming as the princess's command reverberates inside your skull. Her voice is all-encompassing. You feel wrong.
It's so cramped in here. Like there's some sort of growth trying to push us all out.
I know. You rise to your feet, though the pain in your ankle is blinding. Your body slumps against the wall, desperately leaning into it for support.
What's the worst that can happen?
I'd beg you to resist, but you've already surrendered your will to her, haven't you?
You're the puppet master here. If this is the only way we could cut ourselves free from you, so be it.
It's a new experience. You should try being possessed sometime. Feels like it.
You should try being possessed sometime.
Your body inches along the corridor, every step more difficult and painful than the last. Your joints stiff and unresponsive, the shattered bones of your ankle grinding ceaselessly, as if they're fragmenting, then reforming, then snapping all over again as you make your way towards the outside world. But despite the anguish, it doesn't feel like the exit to the cabin is getting any closer. If anything, it's getting further away.
Weird.
Please, just let her out. It's pointless, isn't it? I can't stop her without you, and you'd already given up by the time we met. No, screw that. The hallway gets even longer. It really is, isn't it?
Isn't saying all of this his job? Oh, he really is, isn't he? I had a feeling you could deal with him for us. This is it then. The big moment.
Finally, we'll get to see what's really out there.
Then you die. When taken against your will, witness your enemy's freedom. You feel another violent terror, a rending that cuts all the way down to your soul. Once again, separated from everything that had nestled in the deep crevices of your body, from everything that isn't
Us
you.
again.
How interesting.
Everything is gone. Except her.
Get taken by the arms, bugger!
She's gone. There's that.
Approach the mirror.
It's calling. Ignore them.
Gaze into your reflection. You've withered. Proceed to the cabin. Approach her.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction. A mass of tides ebbing. All of me is changing.
We go back?
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
I think we have one or two more to do. A seething vessel, bring the wraith to her.
You're here.
Silently continue to the cabin.
You make your way. A warning. We're not gonna ignore.
Proceed into the cabin. That was something new, though. That was very new.
Blade.
We're taking the blade. It gives us so many options.
Her voice.
Who's there?
She sound. Don't let it.
Continue
Good.
down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess.
I could try to
There's a
follow the
heavy
god
chain
path
around
and
her
try to
wrist,
kill her.
binding her to the far wall of the basement.
I kind of
She's
want
so
to.
Focus on the task.
And there
If I can
you
remember
are.
how to.
Are you here to kill me or something?
Just here to
Then
talk.
why did you bring a knife?
She makes. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we.
Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling.
You poor thing.
You step forward.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for... So, you...
She's unarmed.
I'm not dropping the blade.
Then I'm not talking to you.
I guess we're at an
I
impasse.
guess we are.
For the love of everything, just slay her already. Or drop the blade. Do something. You stare at the princess. The two of you are gonna do this forever, aren't you? You'll have to blink eventually. Just make a choice.
Say the princess.
Doubt, unfortunately. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needs. It feels, holy shit, though she's unarmed. That your blades. We can still turn the.
Finish the job. Wait, no, give up.
Are you
That was the
serious?
one.
You lacked the will to finish the job. The princess. This is the end.
Is this really the best?
She plants her foot on your chest and pushes you, and then she leans into it with the cut.
It's too bad.
Everything
I
goes dark.
want the god again, but I
You
want to
don't.
take the blade this time, and I want to try to stab her. I want to see what
You're
happens.
on a path. You're here.
Proceed to the cabin.
She will. We might. Can we? I'm not. You're being it. Just. I agree. Rescue her. So please.
Proceed
If
into
that's
the
what you
cabin.
want. The interior of the blade. Why do we feel we don't feel small?
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
Enter the basement.
The door to the basement. It's still her boon.
Is that a guest I hear?
You weren't. We need to get. Should we? It doesn't.
I'm not gonna be able to kill her, but
Making
I'm
your
certainly
way
gonna
down the
try.
spiral stair, the princess towers over you.
I like this
almost
form.
glowing in the weak starlight, her figure framed by a stained glass window. Her long hair billows around her, and a chain binds her wrist to the far wall. The chain is nothing to her. It might as well be a toy for all the good it would do. I told you it was pointless to resist her.
The little bird has returned to me. I wonder what he wants. You brought that knife again, even though you know it's useless. Such charming audacity. Drop it.
Tighten your
As
grip.
if on command, the blade
No!
slips from her grasp. It clatters uselessly to the floor, but we didn't drop it. We decided to grip it tighter, remember? Are you really just going to let that happen to us? I have a duty to report facts as facts, and the fact... Of course we dropped it. She's so much more than us. You wouldn't understand what it feels like to be in her presence. Oh, I understand what's going on, and you'd better snap yourself out of it.
Kneel.
No.
Oh, are you still trying to defy me? I said kneel.
Your legs buckle, and your knees hit the floor.
That's my good little bird. Now, why don't we talk? The last time we
Didn't
met,
want to talk before.
you tried to kill me. And here you are again, trying to succeed where you've already catastrophically failed. What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death?
I still love that line.
Speak.
Aside from being in her presence right now, but okay, broken. Also, hi. Hello, eyes. I don't want to speak.
Nobody should have.
I don't want. I
being
came here to kill you.
melodramatic,
Last
but
time I
yeah, we've
pledged
been
my
here before,
servitude to you.
that's
This time I want to kill you.
worrying. Whatever you do, don't tell
Actually,
her why
I'm
you're
gonna
here.
stop
It's best
skipping
not
things.
to give her any ideas.
Even though we've been here before. Remain silent.
Do you think holding shut your beak is enough to stop me from prying it open? Do you think your skull can save your thoughts from being seen?
I like that line too. Put that on this list. Do you think your skull can stop your thoughts from being seen? Can save your thoughts from being seen? Let's go into my notepad. Because why not?
You're less broken than I thought.
Ooh.
Perhaps you need another
Wait,
lesson
no!
in submitting
Wait, no,
to
this is not what I mean now!
Pick up that needle.
Do it. It's what she wants. No objections here. Don't know what she's planning, and I don't like that we don't know what she's planning, but we might as well pick up the blade.
She's gonna make me stab
As
myself.
your eye falls on the blade, you feel a weight. Some divine hand that sits unperceived by your senses, but that manages to push you towards its desires like an unseen puppeteer.
I am not allowed to say anything of these. Pick up the
Reach
blade.
forward and grasp the blade.
Stand.
This one's easy. See? This isn't so bad. Okay, yeah. We can do that. We were probably going to stand anyway.
I can't say these
You can feel
things.
a creaking tension between body and will as you slowly rise to your feet, like two foes forced into an unhappy truce.
What's gonna happen?
The princess eyes you with soft contemplation. The moment seems to last a lifetime, the silent anticipation of what's to come dragging out the long, painful seconds. But all silences are broken eventually.
What's gonna happen?
To define me is to claim we stand on level ground. We do not. You are quiet shadow, while I am brilliant radiance. Take that knife in your hand and slit your throat.
Oh.
What? You don't have to listen to her. You're armed. Just steel your nerves, step forward, and end this.
But if I do, I might get to see a tier 3 of this. I want to see what she becomes. Oh, no, I don't get a choice.
We'll end this all right. Your hand lifts the blade and brings it towards your throat. Okay, I apologize for the unclear language. End her.
Wait, I do get a choice. But I want to see what she becomes.
No, you can't just slay yourself. You're perfectly healthy and capable, and all you have to do is ignore her and do what has to be done. The blade and the hand that wields it remain firmly locked in place until you change your mind and decide to do literally anything else.
Look at you quaking against my will. An ant defying a god. It's pointless to resist. In the end, everything submits to oblivion. But you're not the one resisting me, are you? There's something else in there. Is that a person?
Oh no, she's gonna get rid of him and there's no one to stop me.
Something different now. An echo.
Is she talking about you? That's impossible. She's not supposed to be able to interact with me.
You're a small one, aren't you? A shriveling little worm stretched beyond its limits, trying to control things that it can't understand.
No. What are you talking about? I'm just...
I don't care what you are. You're mine.
This is what happened last time too, except last time.
You bring the blade to your neck. You slice
There we go.
soft flesh, severing veins and arteries. Your blood flowing freely down your body. It's a painful lesson in obedience, but the pain won't last forever. No.
When I see you again, you'll free me from my chains and deliver me to the destiny that lies beyond this place.
We will. I promise.
I know you will.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
The apotheosis. We got to see chapter 3 of this one.
You're on a path.
This is not right.
At the end of that path.
Oh, let me guess. At the end of that path is a cabin.
Excuse me? This is the third time we've been here, and this is hardly a path in the woods. It's all big and weird. Another witness to her radiance.
Her hour is soon upon us.
I'm here to keep him in check. I'm sick of prying fingers digging around in our head, and he's making it all too easy for them to get in.
See.
This is bad.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
yeah,
it is.
I hadn't
It's
noticed.
very
You're
bad.
the primer, Mr. Amnesiac.
Mr.
Or
Amnesiac.
if you would take a moment to settle down, there's something important I'd like to get across to you before it's too late.
Is it about the princess? We already know all about the princess.
Not to be trusted, that one. No, I mean, yes, it's about the princess, but whatever you think I'm going to say, it's probably not that. You're not to be trusted either.
Look, fine, just out with her already, yeah? And if I hear the words, "You're here to slay her," or "If you don't, it will be the end of the world,"
You'll have lost speaking privileges.
You two are just wasting your time. It's all going to end when we open that cabin door, which means it's already all over. What's the point of dawdling
with the
when
end is already written? I like that line too. That one's going in my list. All of my favorite lines come from this path. What's the point of dawdling when the end is already written? What draws you back here beyond the empty halls of death?
Okay, that
one's
nonsense
my
is going
favorite.
on about. That's what we need to talk about. You've been here before, obviously.
So you have met us. Because boy, were you in denial about that last time.
No, I haven't met you, but reality is clearly falling apart at the moment, and the only reason that would happen is if you knew things you weren't supposed to know. What the hell are you talking about?
Ooh.
He's talking about those weird marble trees and how
Oh, are they made of marble?
everything looks. Yes, exactly. Whatever you did before gave her far too much power. So you've got to cut it out, get to that cabin and slay her before things get any more out of hand.
We've built a new god, and she is limitless.
That line too. We've built a new god, and she is limitless.
Our thoughts doing that. Make her small, make her small, make her small, make her small. Shit! What if I'm doing it wrong?
What if I'm making her even stronger?
Do you hear those two, with their runaway thoughts? I'm only giving you the sliver of information I'm giving you now because things are already deep in the shitter. This was my last card to play, and it looks like it's already made things worse. So hurry, cabin, now.
Head to the cabin.
But a great and horrible change is already underway. The ground quakes beneath your feet, and you feel an unyielding force pulling at you and your surroundings. The trees start to sway, then crumble, breaking apart as everything is drawn towards the cabin. Even the earth beneath you seems to shift, your feet unable to grip solid ground as you're dragged forward along with everything else.
The end of everything. The beginning
Yay!
of something new. The moment we open that door, she will be free.
Good.
Stop believing everything you hear. We just have to get our thoughts in order. We just have to think straight.
Any, words of warning?
You already know everything you need to know.
Proceed into the
As
cabin.
you step forward, the cabin explodes. You're flung backwards, violently slamming into
Oh,
the trees.
that did not sound good.
Down around you. You watch.
Holy heck, she has so many eyes on her.
As the princess emerges, her body unfurling from some vast space as she stands upright to face you. The world bows to her. The ruined landscape shifts. Trees and stone and the ground itself succumbing to her gravity, orbiting her like a great black hole.
This one's cool. I like this.
Finally, the little bird has set me free. This is always how it was going to end. And this is always how it was going to begin.
There's a loud thunk from the tree behind you as something embeds in its shattered bark. Your pristine blade. It's now or never.
Embrace oblivion! You know what? No. Should we try? What do you think, guys? Should we take the blade and try to kill her, or should we embrace oblivion? Also, how have people left you out of the loop? I like this music. Very epic. What should we do? The eyes. What about them? We take the blade or embrace it? Oh, I see. The eyes didn't tell you what they were doing with her. I see. Okay, we'll take the blade then.
Yeah, screw all of this. I'm with you. A real god would need us as part of our plan.
You'll never make it. And even if you do, what could you possibly hope to accomplish?
We'll do what we're always supposed to. Take this blade, and we'll sink it into her heart.
I don't think the blade is long enough to reach her heart.
Everything's being flung around her. If we just throw ourselves in her direction, I don't know. Maybe
This music is loud.
Whatever we want to do. With a forceful tug, you yank the blade out from the tree.
Tree in big quotes.
You close your eyes, just take a deep breath, and for a moment you can feel everything around you. Like you're a part of everything. Everything's a part of you.
I'm one with the Force, and the Force is with me.
And then your eyes open, settling on your target. It's time.
Slay the princess!
You launch yourself towards the princess. You can feel her gravity envelop you, carrying you from the ground into the violent swirl of
This is
her
not
weight.
gonna work.
Even now you define me. Do it then. Show me what you think it takes to end what's destined to end everything.
That blade is small enough that I don't think it would even pierce her skin.
Yeah. Do it. Show her.
End this!
Why do I feel so cold?
Huh? I didn't even stab her though. Is it the arms again? Victory!
Oh, where did she go?
Witness your better's ascension? No! That's not what I wanted at all!
On. Is this the end of the world? She ate herself? And is that a...
Approach the mirror.
This doesn't... It's calling us. I don't want to...
Gaze into your reflection. You're unraveled. Proceed to the cabin. You can only see her head. She's so big.
There's a world beyond the
Before it
endless
was only
realms of
3
the
hands to hold her eyes closed. Now it's
You're
5.
supposed to be there. Do you know what we'll find out there?
Do you have thoughts on this
This
vessel?
one is dominance. A figure capable of
Fair.
bending everything to her will. She will make for a terrifying and divine heart. Do not mourn her, for she would not be able to mourn you.
How many more
One.
vessels?
Whatever
1?
you bring me next will be enough, and then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular, a final multitude.
Well, we only have
The next
one
time I
more
see you,
path.
each of us will finally
to
know what
follow.
we are. I will be here.
This is a weird
Waiting
game,
for
man,
you.
but it's a good game. A godly vessel, bring the apotheosis to her.
You're on a path
in
in
the
the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world. You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
You'll
You'll find the princess within. A warning before you go any further. She will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in
I'm
her
not gonna
power
skip
to
things
stop
this
you
time
from
because
slaying
this is
her.
the last one.
Don't believe a word she says.
We're not going to go through with this, right?
We've already
She's
beaten
a
the game
princess.
once, we're beating the
We're
game
supposed
again.
to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him.
So many
He doesn't know what he's
paths,
talking
so
about.
many choices. Proceed into the cabin.
The
We're gonna
interior
take
of
the
the
blade
cabin is
because it
almost
gives us more
entirely bare.
options.
The blade is
I said I was not gonna skip
You take the-
anything, but I've already changed my mind on that. Some of the basic
Her voice.
descriptions.
Who's there?
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
Continue
Good.
down the stairs.
You're still listening to reason. You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so
coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
What are we gonna do this time?
Then
Nah.
drop the knife.
We should. It'll go a long way to building trust with her. Don't you dare. It's fine. We can decide what we want to do after we talk to her. Maybe she really is a monster. Killing someone in cold blood isn't very becoming of us.
Tighten your grip.
You ignore the trembling in your hands and tighten your grip on the blade.
You poor thing. Your hands are shaking. Are you scared of me?
Because you should be.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
Yes, we
So,
will.
you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
Slay the princess. Dropping the blade takes us down the other road, which we've been through. So we're gonna slay her.
Doubt, unfortunately, clouds your thoughts as you attempt to run her through. A moment of distraction and hesitation is all she needed to sidestep your thrust and deliver a catastrophic blow to your jaw. It feels like you've been hit with a sledgehammer. You can feel bone grinding on bone where your jaw has been fractured. Holy shit, that hurts! Though she's
No,
unarmed,
really?
the shock of that first strike is enough to stagger you, putting you and the princess on somewhat equal footing. Your blade slashes through the air again and again, and her fists connect with your body as many times or more, each impact as heavy as that first bone-crushing hit. We can still turn this around.
Finish the job!
You and the princess stare at each other, both gasping for breath, equally exhausted. You probably won't make it out of here alive,
Finish the
but you
job!
can at least make sure that she won't make it out of here either. Excuse me? Do you think this is what I wanted to happen? I have a duty to state the facts of the situation, and honestly, it's a miracle anyone is still standing right now. Can you not feel all those ruptured organs bouncing around in there? If the princess doesn't do our friend in herself, internal bleeding is certain to finish the job. The two of you clash for the final time. You
Dagger
feel your
in
ribs
the
break
chest.
as she delivers a heavy blow, but you push through the pain, falling forward and sinking your blade deep into the princess's heart.
Oh,
The two of you fall to the floor.
this was fun.
The princess gasps, her voice an unhealthy rasp as her lungs start to fill with blood.
You put up more of a fight than I thought you would. But I have to wonder, do you really think this is the end?
But you don't have time to worry over such things. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Death. The adversary. Oh, I think we've done this one before.
You're on a path. You're here to
Proceed to the cabin.
warn she will
Lying and cheating doesn't sound like her at all. Not that it matters. It's not like she can lie or cheat in the middle of a fight.
Are you sure about that? The point of my warning wasn't to start an argument over what circumstances the princess is capable of lying in. It was to give you some broadly applicable advice. The princess will do and say whatever she thinks it will take to get her out of there. So don't trust her. Ever.
But when I have
Okay.
trusted her, it's also been a problem.
Let's just get on
So-
with it already.
When I haven't, it has also been a problem. What does the cabin look like this time?
The cabin is tighter than its
I do
exterior would
recognize this
suggest.
one.
Its cold stone walls press in on you, as if trying to forcefully
know which
direct
one
you
we're in.
towards your destination. The only furniture of note is a black iron altar with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Take the blade.
You take the blade from the altar. It would be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
If she wins this time and gets out, then we get to see something we haven't seen before.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a rough stone staircase, its walls pressing at your sides and tightening as you descend. The air seeping from below is heavy and
I think this is the
oppressive,
first one we did.
with an almost sulfuric odor to it. If the princess lives here, slaying her
The
will probably be
first
doing her
shall
a
be
favor.
last.
Her fierce voice carries up the stairs.
Is that another challenger? Finally. It's been ages since I've had a good fight.
This isn't what she sounded like last time. Her voice is a little deeper, almost
Almost threatening.
Good. Sounds like my kind of princess. As much as I appreciate the enthusiasm, just make sure you don't let your bloodlust get to your head. You need to stay focused and keep your wits about you. Remember, you're here to slay the princess, not to have a good fight. As you descend the
I do
final
like
step,
this form.
the form of the princess comes into view. A
The
large shackle
tiefling-esque
leading from her
with
wrist
the
to the
cloven
basement wall.
hooves.
Looks like she could rip those chains out of the wall without a second thought.
Oh, it's you again. I'd been hoping you'd find your way back here. Good to see that death doesn't stick for either of us. And you brought your little knife, too. Yes. I'm going to have fun breaking you into little pieces.
I'm actually here to free you.
Free her? You aren't. I don't know why I'm even bothering, to be honest. You know the stakes of the situation.
Who says I want to be free?
If you don't want to be free, then what do you want?
I want the two of us to fight to the death. I want to feel your knife split my flesh, and I want to hear your bones snap beneath my fists. Is that really too much to ask?
Yeah, especially that last one.
Don't be such a coward.
I'm just being cautious. If it comes to violence, we can find a way to deal with her that doesn't involve throwing our life away. I'd rather not die again, and I find it deeply disturbing
simple
that you seem
dream.
to relish the thought of it.
Because it doesn't matter if we die again. It'll just be another opportunity to have the fight of our life.
We don't know that for sure, and I'd rather not bet on it.
Alright, fine. If you're not going to address it, I will.
What?
You've already met the princess has already met you. The two of you killed each other.
Did you think you'd be able to just openly talk about all that without me noticing? Maybe. You did seem to just gloss over the whole thing for a while.
Of course I glossed over it. When a colleague says something insane, glossing over it is one of the best ways to stay focused.
Where are your colleagues?
Moving forward. Enough is enough. I believe you. And that's all the more reason to take this seriously. You don't know that whatever brought the two of you back to life isn't a fluke. And beyond that, do you know who doesn't remember anything that happened last time? Me. I don't remember.
Well, too bad for you.
Are you okay?
Of course I'm not okay. As far as we're all concerned, the fate of my world is still very much on the line. Not all of us have the luxury of jumping over to a parallel universe the second we die.
I mean, fair. I've never died. I'm gonna take this even less seriously. You won't know the depths of my apathy.
I'm just going to pretend that you're joking. Yeah, you better be joking. We can't win unless you take this seriously.
Turn around and leave. Attempt to free the princess. She's gonna kill me if I do that.
I'm sorry, did I hear that right? Did you just say you're going to try and free her?
It's good to have a collegial relationship with the voices in your head. Fair.
She doesn't
Fair.
even want to be free.
Exactly.
So beyond the apocalyptic moral implications of letting her out, how do we even think that's going to work? I mean, we have a weapon, right? We could always just cut her out, yeah?
Cut off her arm.
While she's trying to kill you. Yeah, why not? And then what? You think she'll just
Cut off her
follow
arm
you
and
out of-
run out with her following us.
Maybe. I don't know. It's worth a shot, isn't it? No, it's not.
I'm doing it.
Actually,
Double
no,
down.
You're not. I have a responsibility to the world here. I'm not just going to let you throw yourself into a scenario where the literal best outcome is the end of everything. Until you come up with any other idea, your body remains standing rigidly in place. What do you think you're doing? You can't just order our body around like it's some sort of dog. Watch me. Your left arm lifts towards the ceiling and your hand twists into an obscene gesture. See? I can make you do whatever I want. So what? You barely managed to lift our arm.
What are you doing? What is that? Why are you moving so weird?
The princess, taken aback, flashes her own rude gesture in return. Hey, you, decision maker. I want us to fight her as much as he wants us to kill her, but this is boorish. Just ignore him. If you want to try and free her, I don't think there's much he can do to actually stop you.
He can't stop me. Attack, 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 free.
You know what? Fine. Blade in hand, you charge forward to try and free the princess from her bite.
I really hope it works.
Finally. I have no idea what you were just doing, but I'm glad it's over.
You slash across her wrist, her elbow comes crashing down on your skull. An unsettling crack echoes in your ears. It's a devastating blow. Your body crumples to the floor, limbs suddenly refusing to respond. This might be it.
That's it, huh? You've gotten really soft.
Everything goes dark.
Dang it.
Die. Really? In just one blow? Yes.
Oh, come on, that's hardly fair. We're not dead. You're just flipping the table over.
It is what it is. You're dead. Finished. Over.
All right, fine. This whole thing's a frustrating mess anyways. We're better off with a fresh start. I'll see you two next time.
I've already done this one. I wanted to try to free her.
If you weren't so strong, I've never the same thing as last time.
Are you sorry to
In the light.
I have no
How am I gonna
What the hell
change
are you,
this?
even if you
Holy heck, I forgot how much there was at the beginning here.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the end of the... Her last advice, from what I gather...
I don't know. There'll be time.
Proceed into the cabin.
The blade, but there's no way. A mirror. Does he?
Or maybe what?
It is a door.
Who cares? Take
There's
it.
always a mirror. You know what? We didn't take the blade last
Take
time.
the
We'll take the
blade
blade
from the
this
altar.
time.
Good.
Even though we did kill him.
You steps a bit.
Smash
You
it.
bring your fist crashing down against the door leading to the basement. Before you is what may as well be a sheer cliff face. There are enough footholds that you'll be able to clamber your way to the bottom. The air hissing up from below is warm and wet, like the breath of an enemy locked in close quarters. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice, bold and fierce and impatient, echoes from the chamber below.
Do you have more fight in you than last time? That was such a disappointing show. I know you can do better than that.
She hasn't changed as much as she did the time before. She still wants a fight, which means we still know her. We can use that to our advantage.
Fair. Continue to the basement landing.
Nowhere to go but down. You start the difficult journey, gripping the stone, lowering yourself foot by grueling foot. But soon, there is solid ground beneath you. We best remember how to get back up. The last thing we want is to be stuck between a wall and a raging devil. You turn to face what lies at the end of the narrow tunnel. The princess, imposing
Those
as
hecking
hyena-shaped,
thighs.
grins back at you from the darkness. Her face widens into a broad.
If your thighs are as thick as your waist, you have other problems.
There you are, knife in hand. How thrilling. Attack me, Bleed me, twist the blade in my flesh, break your bones against my body. I want a real challenge this time.
Okay, masochist.
If we're trying to break her out, I doubt she'll come willingly. We'll have to use ourselves as bait. I really don't like the sound of this. It's the only way to get us both out. And we need to see what happens when she leaves the cabin. You know what? I should have tried to intervene earlier because I can't let you do that. I won't touch. Not.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, doesn't feel nice to be yanked around against your will, does it?
Well, what are you waiting for? If we're gonna do this right, you can't be scared. You need to want this as much as I do. So go on. Make the first move. Don't keep me waiting.
Why don't you want to be free? I'm not fighting you. Steph. Let's see. If you want me, you'll have to come and get me.
Oh, you're up to something tricky, aren't you? You're teasing me with what I want, but I'm sick of waiting. I'm not going to let you give me another bad fight. I'm going to get what I want.
Bloody desire in her eyes, the princess rushes forward, ignoring her chains as they bend and snap.
Okay, she's taken the bait. Now let's get out of here.
Yeah, run!
Without hesitation, you turn back the way you came and scramble up the ledge towards the tunnel entrance. As you near the top, hands desperately clawing at jagged stone, you glance back. The princess is right on your heels. She doesn't bother to scale the wall as you do, instead digging deep into the rock.
This is what happened last time, but I want to see if we can get a different end.
Anywhere you go, I will follow.
We're planning on it. You reach the ledge and hoist yourself up into the tunnel, the cabin door finally in sight, at once within your grasp and infinitely distant.
What is all of this for? What's the point? You and I are always going to end in violence, so why bother to run? I know what I am. Why can't you be the same?
Run out!
Continue to the door. It'd be a real shame if it was stuck. Don't listen to him. Locks are nothing, just barrel through. No!
Free her!
Skin hums tight with adrenaline as you burst through the cabin door and roll onto the grass. Bastard. You glance back at the cabin as the princess, singular in her desire to destroy you, explodes through the doorway. So, this is what the end looks like.
What is this place? Where are we? This doesn't feel right. It's cold.
Ah, we didn't even have to
Why
fight
is it
around
so
here this
cold?
time. We just had to get her out of the cabin.
I feel so tired.
Up in the arms, took her away. The blind leading the blind, free someone who doesn't want
She's gone.
to be freed.
Where did she go? Should we try and find her?
Got her.
And there's that mirror again.
Approach the mirror.
This.
You're right. Part of me wants the truth, but screw the mirror. We just...
Gaze into your reflection. You are nothing at all. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow, just beyond the reflection.
I think you know what I am.
Lasered the glass in two. Oh no. Destroy the mirror. I don't need answers. I got an achievement for doing that. You already know what you are. You are the long quiet, a vast and ancient god, and it's finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. Arrive at the heart of things. There is no final vessel waiting for you to bear witness to. There's nothing for you to find.
so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
I've missed you too. She unfurls an endless cascade of smiles in response, and then patiently waits for you to continue. What happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death?
No, I did
and
that
the
last time.
possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
I want to see what happens if I free you. I think it's time for us to leave this place.
Nothing brings me greater joy than to hear those words. The final peace lies with you.
Free yourself. You're coming with me this time. You fall into yourself. The body of an ancient creature stirs from its hibernation, and you feel sensation in limbs you once couldn't fathom. Everything here except for her. It's you. You feel your wings spanning a cosmic scale, but twisted and crumpled and bound in agonizing tension to a finite plane. Feel the glass of your cage pressing in on you, confining you across infinite sides and infinite angles. You push back and strain against it, but it does not yield.
I love you.
Take her hand. All at once, the unyielding tension breaks. You are free, and she is with you.
It's magnificent.
It's not what it looked like last time. There are no words, no thoughts to describe absolute reality. Something that simply is. Step into the infinite! You and she step forward into 1,000 dawns and 1,000 sunsets, each of which contains 1,000 more. You exist and you are aware, just as you have always been, and just as you will always be. Though conflict is in your nature, the two of you will never be alone, and the two of you will never know fear. You and she are finally home. There are no endings, only new beginnings! This is a fun game. I like this game. Even if it is a little, violent at times. If you'd like to take a screenshot, you can hide the UI by hitting H. Fair. Follow us somewhere else, make your playlist, play our other game, return to main menu. Well, I think 4.5 hours and 2 playthroughs of the game is a good amount. So I will be ending stream here. This was a really interesting game, and I'll probably play it more, whether on stream or off. I want to know more possibilities. But, that was a lot of fun. I've got some ideas for, I've been invited to a D&D campaign, so I now have ideas for a D&D character that I took from that game, which is probably the worst source to draw inspiration from, but, you know, whatever. In terms of schedules moving forward, tomorrow at 11 a.m. Mountain Daylight Time, same time as this stream, I will be playing some Dead Island. Haven't played it before, hopefully it's interesting. And then... Oh, wait. I forgot about tonight, because things changed. Tonight at 8 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, in just over 4 hours, Samael will be playing some Dead Space. And then in the morning, I have Dead Island. And then... Wednesday night, Luna should be streaming at 8 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. I don't know what she'll be playing, but I assume she'll be streaming then. She hasn't posted her schedule. And then Thursday, Samuel will be streaming at 8 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. More Ghost Runner. On Friday, we should have a collab at around 8 p.m. We'll have to see. It might be late. Just keep your eyes and ears open for that one. Because we do have plans at 5 that day. And then the only other stream this week will be on Saturday. At 6:30 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, Samael should be playing some more Skyrim. So. With all that being said, if you like Richardstown and you want to see more, make sure to follow here on Twitch, or go and check out my YouTube channel where I post the VODs. I'm currently up to date. I usually post about once every month and a half. I'm pretty bad about it, but I did just do a batch post yesterday. If you want to get informed of when I go live, make sure to follow me over on Twitter, which I usually send out notifications on, but not always. I'm not always the best at it. I'm trying to get better. Or if you want to get informed of when any of us go live, have easy access to our schedules, or interact with us or our community, make sure to join our Discord. With all that being said, saving the universe. Wait, nope. I forgot my own outro. Non refer to BS, solem refer quid facias. Saving the universe, one princess at a time. Starseeker Williams, out.